Agriculture is the greatest and fundamentally the most important of our industries. The cities are but the branches of the tree of national life, the roots of which go deeply into the land. We all flourish or decline with the farmers. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the workshop on capacity building for the sustainable livelihood of tribal women under the project Pork Marketing Chain for Sustainable Livelihood of Tribal Women in Northeast India, specifically in Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, which is funded by NASF ICAR. Amity University has always been a catalyst of healthy discussions, debates, and conversations. And based on the key findings of this research that was conducted for pork marketing chain for sustainable livelihood of tribal women in Northeast India, we are in the stage of suggesting policy framework where we expect to understand the different perspectives of experts working in this line. Today, experts from a plethora of areas have been invited to give inputs on the suggestive policy framework so that we can come out with practical and achievable solutions. I heartily welcome you all to the workshop on capacity building for the sustainable livelihood of tribal women. To commence the program, I would like to invite Dr. Mahua Bhattacharjee, professor at Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to come and give the welcome address.
Thank you, Ashish. Good morning to all the dignitaries and a very warm welcome to all the galaxy of experts from various background has joined. And I know that we have divided our session into two groups, and the pre-lunch and post-lunch. So in the pre-lunch session, the most important session, the beginning, which we will be doing with keynote address. So it's my privilege to welcome our VC sir, Honorable Dr. J.P. Sharma, who is VC, Vice Chancellor of Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agriculture, Sciences and Technology, Jammu and Kashmir. And after this, we will be having a brief introduction from all our co-PIs of the partner institutes. And then we have invited a galaxy of experts from Ministry of Women, Ministry of Animal Husbandry, and also from NCAP. In the post-lunch, we will be having session to specifically from academics, industry, entrepreneurs, who will be giving their feedbacks on how to strengthen our policy structure. So it's my proud privilege to welcome all the dignitaries, and especially I would like to start with a thanks to our founder president, sir, Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, without whom nothing would have been possible. We could not have got the project. We could not have got the scope to really work for the Northeast states. And the most important thing is that the students are getting a live exposure on the work of primary studies, then secondary review, and then how policies are prescribed. So I would like to thank our founder, sir, our dynamic chancellor, sir, who always insists and pushes us to go for a research, to work more on the research for the research-driven university, that is Amity University. I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Madam. She's right now, she couldn't join because she's in the meeting, but she will join immediately. Just after the meeting, she just gave her blessing and she will immediately join, who always motivates us to take forward this such kind of workshop events and all those things so that innovative ideas can come up and we can serve our country. This project is specifically been structured and formatted for the Northeast states tribal women. And so we need a very, very comprehensive policy guidance. Our project is the experts or the review committee members is chaired by Professor J.P. Sharma, the VC Vice Chancellor, and he's so kind of him that within his tight schedule, he took out a time and he has agreed to give us the keynote address. He has got huge achievements in extensions, in agricultures, in animal husbandry. So thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be with us and to give your valuable time to us and share your wisdom, word of wisdom with students, first of all, because we are student-centric university. And we have specifically organized this workshop so that the students can enhance their area of knowledge and they know the process, how data is collected, it is analyzed, and then we go to the process of policy suggestion, which is the end. As a student of economics, they should know the actual way how it is done. So with this objective, this workshop is organized. I would like to welcome our Nutun Kaushik madam. It is so kind of you, madam, that she's the director of the entire post-harvest management and the entire food and agriculture department. And it is so kind of you that, madam, that you have physically come. I would also like to welcome our HOI, Professor Kavita Indupurkar. She has also been pleasant to join, because you must be knowing that in curriculum there are n number of activities which goes on, but she managed her time. Thank you so much, madam, for coming. So we are conducting this in a hybrid mode, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Anindita madam Professor Anindita from Indraprasth University has already joined. Dr. Hema Yadav from Ministry of Cooperatives, she has joined. She's the director of the National Institute of Cooperative Management. And gradually we are just waiting for other experts also. They will be joining within 5 minutes. And I think if you can check whether they have joined, I think, yeah. So they have already mailed me, phoned me. They were there on the way, and they are trying to connect it. So thank you so much. Without taking much time, because we really want to enhance our knowledge exposure. We also want to know how we can improvise the project work. And with that, without taking much time, I would like to give a very warm welcome to all the experts who have actually agreed to give their time. I know it's a tight time, it's a February month, and before March ending, it's a very tight time for all of us, either in curriculum or in accounts or in research or in industry or in academics. But still you agreed to be with us and give your word of wisdom and enhance our children's, our students' area of research exposures. So thank you so much. And now I'd request Arya to conduct as an organizer, she will carry forward with the workshop. And please, Arya, come forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So now, to present the keynote address, we have among us Honorable Dr. J.P. Sharma, who is presently the Vice Chancellor of Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology of Jammu and Kashmir. He has a vast experience of about 35 years conducting strategic research, guiding, teaching postgraduate students, conducting national and international training programs, and carrying out agricultural development interventions at the national level. He earned his doctoral degree from IIT Delhi and post-graduation from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Patna Nagar, and was awarded fellowships from IIT Delhi and UNDP respectively. Dr. Sharma is recipient of more than 62 awards, including Dr. Rajendra Prasad Puraskar. He has been elected as a prestigious National Academy of Agricultural Sciences NAS Fellow 2022 for his immense contribution in entrepreneurship development in the field of agriculture. It is my great privilege to welcome you, sir. I now humbly invite you to give the keynote address.
Thank you, madam. Honorable Vice Chancellor of prestigious University, Amity, Madam Shukla, Director General, Madam Kaushik, Coordinator and Principal Investigator of this important project, over, Madam. I was saying that Dr. Hema Yadav is also there. One Dr. Daya Shankar, Deputy Secretary, Women and Child Welfare, and Madam Shivani, and other participants who are participating in this important program. First of all, let me congratulate the team. I have been there in Amity That time it was a virtual program. So I raised a lot of queries and gave a lot of suggestions that time. And to my great satisfaction, all the important suggestions were accommodated by Madam Bhattacharya and her team. Then once I said that let us go there. It is Corona time, difficult times, and that area is also difficult. But she made all kind of arrangement, interacting with the co-PIs, PIs. We had a very fruitful interaction session there and visited some of the areas of the beneficiaries. And then that time also I suggested that can you have a workshop afterwards? And in that context, perhaps this workshop is being organized. It is not only focusing on the project activities, since large number of participants, I was seeing some 75, 80 participants are there. Some of them are students and some of them are teachers. So my focus of whatever I will speak will not be only related to this project, but for the exposure of the student, how this agriculture, Indian agriculture is changing. And when we talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat, in every decision of the government, every step, whatever is being taken, it is related to how we can improve our agriculture, rural development. And there is a basis for this because agriculture is not only a sector. Agriculture is not only a sector like manufacturing, construction, and transporting, all that. It is 50% of Indian economy. It provides 68% of the people are livelihood of 68% people is based on agriculture. 47% employment comes from agriculture. 20% GDP we get from agriculture. And if we take into consideration the value added product from agriculture, the share of agriculture is about 47, 48%. And that's why Atmanirbhar Bharat is possible by entrepreneurship development and agriculture. And if you see the budget also, if you see the different schemes also, Startup India, Skill India, Stand Up India, Digital India, all kind of these decisions implemented by the government are focusing how we can develop our student from job seeker to job provider. In this context, I will give you some of the figures how important is agriculture. There are certain constraints also. Number one constraint Indian agriculture is facing that our majority of our farmers is small or marginal. And that's why our Prime Minister 2-3 days back asked us to focus on small and marginal farmers, 86% of the farmers. And you will be surprised to know that 23% of the farmers are having only 23% farmers are having only 200 square meter of land. It is a great concern. What kind of agriculture we want to suggest for them for 200 square meter of land? That is one of the problem. Another problem Indian agriculture is facing that our farmer, especially the youth, are not willing to go in agriculture as such. They want to become entrepreneurs. They want to become businessmen, but not in as such in agriculture. That is another. And NSS survey also says many farmers are young, especially the young, are willing to leave agriculture. Beside this, water availability in agriculture is declining. Say, I was talking about the land. In 1970, per capita land availability was, per family land availability was 2.73 hectares, which declined to 1.5 hectare in 2001. And now we are having only 1 hectare. And where I am working, Jammu and Kashmir, the per family land availability only 0.59 hectares. And it is going to decline and decline. Another problem, water. In 1950, water availability in agriculture per hectare per year was 5,000 cubic meter. Now it is only 16, 1500 only, and it is declining day by day. If we see the Indian agriculture at the world scenario, we have only 2.4% of world land. We have only 4.2% of world water. But to the great satisfaction, with this 2.4% of world land, we are feeding 18% of world population, 12% of animal population. This is satisfying situation. Now, with these figures, land is declining. Youth are not willing to go in agriculture. There are climatic considerations also. Can we leave agriculture? The question comes, can we leave agriculture? I always say we cannot leave agriculture. We are not like other countries where they don't depend on agriculture. If we leave agriculture, then what we will do for 68% of our population? If we can't leave agriculture, then what kind of agriculture we have to practice? We are talking conversion of agriculture into agribusiness. Agriculture, which was a way of life, into a dynamic entity, that is agribusiness. Now we are talking of diversification of agriculture. We are talking of commercialization of agriculture. How we can get more income, more employment per unit of time and per unit of land. That's why our all focus in agriculture is entrepreneurship development in agriculture, agribusiness development in agriculture. And when we say this, there are a lot of, time is small, I have to attend another program, but there are a lot of opportunity. I want to tell the students, now not only agriculture graduates are coming in agribusiness, students from IIA, students from IITs, the people who are coming from developed countries and settling in India, they are going in agribusiness because it has a lot of potential. And anytime, any crisis, other sectors may fail, but agriculture will never fail. We have seen in Corona period also, there was a negative growth of 23% in other sectors, but in agriculture, we maintained 3.14% positive growth. And if you see the figures, this year expected food production is 307 million tons. Horticulture production is 327 million tons. Milk production has surpassed 200 million tons, and we are number one in the world in many commodities. But now the focus is not on production. We have surplus. We have 80 million tons surplus. Now the focus of our country is on how to increase the income of the farmers. And for that, considering the time constraint, there are two sectors. One is value addition and processing, and another is marketing, which is the subject of your student. Value addition in our country is very small. It is 7%. In case of vegetable, which are perishable commodities, it is only 1%. As a result, post-harvest losses in our country are 15 to 20% in case of food grains, 30, 40, 50% maybe in the perishable commodity like flowers, vegetable, and fruits. And that's why our Honorable Prime Minister once mentioned zero hunger through zero wastage. Production is increasing at the rate of 3%, but the wastage are 15 to 20%. And you can calculate 20% of 300 million tons. It is 60 million tons, which is more than the production of many countries like Australia. So now this is the focus. So a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities are available in this sector. And when we talk of enhancing the income of the cultivators, producers, that is most important area. And if you see the budget, recent budget, there is a lot of focus on the kind of activities which can enhance processing and value addition. It has two benefits. One, it reduces the post-harvest losses. Another is it adds value to your product. Suppose turmeric. Turmeric rate of the raw turmeric is 15 rupees a kg. And when you convert 5 kg turmeric, dry it, worth 75 rupees, and if you convert it in 1 kg of powder, it becomes 300 rupees. So different kind of, even this small thing, wheat flour, it is 18, 19 rupees wheat. And if you convert it into wheat flour, it becomes 35. And if you say multi-grain atta, then it may be even more. And if you make it dalia, it may be 60 rupees, 80 rupees, depending on the brand which you are, your packaging, presentation, and brand. So a lot of opportunity. And another important thing is our system. We have to focus on market. Because in agriculture, producer share and consumer rupee is only 23%. If as a consumer, I am purchasing some value-added product of agriculture, I am paying 100 rupees, only 23 rupees, 24 rupees, 25 rupees is going in the pocket of the farmers. Rest is going on in non-producers. So how to increase? It is not a question how to increase the production. The question is how to increase the share of farmer and consumer rupee. And considering this, marketing skills need to be developed. Capacity, competency, and capability of our farmers, youth, those who are involved in this need to be improved. Marketing skills. We don't know marketing. Farmer doesn't know marketing. Producer doesn't know marketing. As a result, other people are making money from the product grown by our cultivators. If I give this example many places, and now I am listening it from the top also. The rate of water is more than the rate of milk in many states. I have interacted with the farmers of different states. They visit, whenever they visit me, I generally ask rate of two commodities. One is milk, another is honey. Some places, I will not name, the water, the milk is available at 18 to 20 rupees a liter. And rate of water, this small bottle, 200 ml bottle is 7 rupees. Means 35 rupees a liter water. Who is at fault? We are at fault. Because we have developed the capacity of the farmer in production sector. How to produce more, and we have not taught the farmer how to earn more, And the people, mentors of these companies who are selling water, they told them how to earn more. From water, one water rate is 26 rupees a liter. Another category of water, branded water, 64 rupees a liter. And third category of water, 126 rupees a liter. And on that bottle, what is written? Directly from Gomukh. Gomukh means from where the Ganga originated. Who knows whether it is coming from Bhagirathi Ganga? But once you see, okay, it is coming from Gomukh, and we have the capacity to pay. So they are paying 126 rupees. They want to live more, they don't want to buy, and they want to purchase their age through this means. Because the milk, farmer doesn't know how to pack it, how to brand it. And as a result, now if you see the rate of Amul milk pouch, 200 ml. एक चीनी का टुकड़ा, एक इलायची का दाना, 200 ml, 25 rupees, 125 rupees a liter, the same milk. What is this? It is packaging, it is branding, it is marketing. So a lot of input we put on production, but we don't do. 95% of allocation is on production only. Only 5% is on processing, value addition, and marketing. Another commodity I was mentioning, honey. The rate of honey varies from 50, 60 rupees to 2000 rupees. Honey is the same. Here, I visited one place, Bhadarwa. I was having a meeting with the chief agriculture officer. He told, sir, 5 quintals of honey is available here at 100 rupees a kg. I was surprised. And when the same honey goes in a multinational company's water, it becomes 500 rupees a liter. And when you write organic honey, it becomes 800 or maybe more. Who knows whether it is organic? Because you cannot control the honeybees that they will sit only on those plants who have been grown organically. But we want to live more, we want to consume best, we have the money to pay 800. Another brand in our IRA campus where I was working for last 33 years, there is a farmers mall we created for the farmers. One honey, organic honey from Jammu and Kashmir, 1100 rupees. Now Jammu Kashmir honey, which is actually here, is getting 200, 100 rupees, at most 250. But the same honey in Delhi, in the name of Jammu Kashmir honey, is 1100. I am told that up to 2000 rupees honey is being sold. So what I am emphasizing, there are a lot of opportunities of trade and business in agriculture. Some of our students, they can be agripreneurs. Lot of focus is there. Lot of support system is there. You might have not seen in your lifetime the kind of support we are providing to agriculture. If you see the Atmanirbhar Bharat, 1.6 lakh crores rupees allocation for different activities. It is not for production. For promotion of medicinal and aromatic plant, 4,000 crores rupees. For beekeeping, 500 crores rupees. 10,000 crores rupees for micro enterprise promotion. 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh crores rupees allocation for developing infrastructure at farm gate to reduce the farm losses, post-harvest losses, 1 lakh crores rupees. And now 20,000 crores rupees for fisheries production, promotion, 15,000 crores rupees for animal husbandry under this Prime Minister Atmanirbhar Bharat, and 13,340 crores rupees for vaccination of animals. Our Prime Minister also mentioned it recently in his speech. Another 500 rupees from top to total. So that huge investment allocation, it is all for developing entrepreneurs, startups. Now, another concept, our student can also do it, and some of them can do their research work also. Farm producer, FPOs, farmers producer organizations. Government want to set up 10,000. And the university can also take initiative to set up some of the farmer producer organization. We have been given 9. There are 3 agencies. You can, madam, sometime pursue it. NCDC is there, NAFED is there, and NABARD is there. You can have a contact with the DDM NABARD of Gautam Buddha Nagar. They are promoting it and the very liberal support is there. Earlier schemes were there, but there were no support. We say, okay, grow medicinal and aromatic plant. Where was the support? Now 4,000 crores rupees support is there. And for that, 25 lakhs support is provided to the university or the organization who set up the FPO. So if you set up a FPO, 25 lakhs rupees support is there. The farmers group who set up the FPO, they get 18 lakhs rupees support. And you have to mobilize 300 farmers for this purpose. So that can be done. And now in National Education Policy 2020, I want to tell the student, now the system will not remain the same. In our country, the vocational education is only 5%. South Korea, it is 96%. Germany, it is 85%. All the important countries, developed countries, they are having vocational education more than 70% in their system. But in our country, it's only 5%. What we are doing? We are producing job seekers and not job providers and not job creators. And now the government has brought a system that it will not be like a BSc, MSc, PhD like this system is working. By 2025, we have to have 50% vocational. You can think of, madam, how to introduce it, and every university is introducing this. And by 2035, there has to be 80% vocational. And for that, like BSc, AG, we are talking about our system. First year only will be only certificate course. No teaching, nothing, no that kind of learning. That the student will be exposed Well, different kind of enterprises. Say in our university, we are having beekeeping, we are having floriculture, we are having mushroom, we are having fishery. So all these kind of enterprise, the student will be exposed. And if they want to leave after 1 year, they will be provided certificate. If they want to continue, and second year will be diploma course, where they will be intensively intensively involved in some of the selected enterprise which they have gone under this during the first year. And then if they want to continue, third year and fourth year will be the degree program. The whole system is changing. So what I'm telling the student, don't look for the jobs only. There are plenty of opportunities. There are people marketing. I was giving you example. A person not having a single buffalo or cow, country delight. They are doing business of crores of rupees. Ola, Uber, Oyo, you all know, they don't have a single vehicle, they don't have a single room, they're providing to thousands and thousands of the people. This is the market. And for your support, maybe your university is also having the different kind of support. A startup. There is a project, RKVY, Raftar project. It is operating in our university. And you can, your student can also, any person from anywhere can apply that startup scheme of RKVY, Ministry of Agriculture. There is a scheme, Udgam. If somebody, your student comes with an idea, and that idea is presented before a committee headed by the Vice Chancellor. If idea is having entrepreneurial potential, then idea will be converted into a project. And then the student youth will be provided 5 lakhs rupees assistance from Ministry of Agriculture. And if you are already in some business and you want to expand it, there is a provision, another scheme, Pragati. And for that, 25 lakhs rupees provision is there. So what I suggest, madam, expose your student. Nidhi program of DBT. There is a Atal Innovation Program of Niti Aayog. There are a lot of schemes. They need to be exposed. Hand holding is required. What kind of projects are there? What kind of forms they have to fill up? Where they have to submit? If we can do that, help the student to get the project, it will be really a great help to the student. And I conclude that the road to the Atmanirbhar Bharat is going to go through the fields of agriculture. It has a bright future, and some of our youth should also venture into agro-based enterprises. Again, I congratulate Madam Mahua and her entire team, Madam Shivani, and all those who are doing wonderful work. One is that is a difficult area, and that too, they are working with the drivers of the difficult area and difficult terrain. I think the kind of intervention they will make, it is again related to developing the market chain. So that intervention will substantially increase, enhance the income of the beneficiaries. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You're such a vast exposure for sharing such a vast exposure. And I just like to add that under the guidance of our VC madam also, we have got Institutional Innovation Council, under which we do lot of entrepreneurship guidance. And under Atal ranking also, we are among the top 10 university. So we are into the process as you have guided, and there are many other new pathway also you have shown. So thank you so much, sir, and for your valuable time. And we are sure that in future also we will be taking more guidance. And the best part is that you have encouraged students to take agriculture economics. Actually, the future is in agripreneurship. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your immense knowledge. Next, we have Rishabh Kumar Jha presenting a short on the agricultural sector in Northeast India. Rishabh.
Thank you so much, Rishabh. Thank you so much, Rishabh. This I just want to tell our esteemed guest and students that this particular video was actually made to pitch in as a business plan pitch-in competition was there, which was organized by CGIR. So this particular presentation video was uploaded on YouTube, which is we came in the top 100 selected ones, but now number of likes, number of likes will push our position. So I would request students also to please go to this link and give us your like. And you have seen that, and sir has also said that what's huge potentiality of marketing in agriculture. So this is one process through which our students are trying to expose. Thank you so much. Yeah, please go ahead, Arya.
Next to present the introductory comments of cooperating centers, we have among us Dr. G. Kadrivel, Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Meghalaya, Dr. N.H. Mohan, Principal Scientist, and Dr. Misha Madhavan, Scientist from the National Regional Center for Pig India Council of Agricultural Research, Assam, and finally Dr. Mehak Singh, Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Nagaland. We welcome you all, and I now request you all to give the introductory comments.
Misha ma'am, Kedriwal sir, I hope you can hear. Yeah, I think Misha madam, I can see Misha ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, myself Kajirvel. Hello.
Kedriwal sir, can you see Kedriwal?
Hello.
Yes, Kedriwal sir, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Fine. Please start, sir.
Myself. Myself, Doctor. Good morning to everyone. Okay, I will start my video. Host is asking start video.
We can now see you, sir.
Yeah. So, good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting this workshop as a panelist. And this is a very important workshop. Myself, Dr. G. Kajirvel, basically Kajirvel Govindasamy. I'm a principal scientist in ICR Research Complex for Northeast Hill region. I am basically working in animal science division of this institute. And I have vast maybe around 20 years experience in the Northeast, and specifically working on animal livestock sector. See, in my comments, what I thought of this regarding this, what I think Sarmas are told, the similar things we want to include in the syllabus. I think we insisting one of the important things, particularly students in agribusiness. I am actually also looking after the agribusiness center of this institute last 3 years. So I have experience in the agribusiness. So my emphasis is this. I've just seen many data in most of the agribusiness started by non-agri students or they are not much relevant to the field actually. So what I thought, the people, those who are technical knowledge in agriculture science, I think they can come to agribusiness. I think they can perform better. So one of the important things, the students in agribusiness, is one of the key aspect is very important. And the second, the agribusiness sector is a fast growing sector in Indian context now, because many countries, developed countries, the agribusiness actually it's some sectors already is growth. European countries, Western countries, the agribusiness already reached in itself at a certain level. But here in India, because mostly the unprocessed, most of the, except I think milk, some of the important product, except few product, and more than 85% of the maybe fruits, vegetables in horticulture product are unprocessed. So there are a very huge scope on processing sector. And if you see the last 10 years, there is a huge development in the growth in the agribusiness sector. So at the same time, the government of India also providing a lot of support mechanism. What Sarma sir also rolled out, a lot of schemes is coming up to promote agribusiness. Basically, for agribusiness required the ecosystem, the agribusiness ecosystem. So I think that is now a lot of institutional mechanism is supporting the agribusiness ecosystem. So I think this is a very good opportunity. Take the students and other, even your university can. I think, I hope your university may have the center, incubation center. I think we can start incubation center, and we can promote entrepreneurship in the livestock sector, in different type of agribusiness ventures, different agribusiness ventures. So the the third aspect, what I want to know, many agribusiness sector, I have seen the agribusiness sector. The people, the innovation is required. What many agribusiness sector, last 3 years, I have seen a lot of agribusiness success rate is very, you can say around 10% only success rate compared to other sectors. For example, automobile industry, maybe the textile industry, other industry, success rate is very high. In agribusiness center, success rate is low as compared to other sector. What I feel, the one of the important sector where I want, just if success rate is very high, when the go for innovation, innovation in production, innovation in processing, innovation in delivery mechanism. So I think the innovation is very, very key importance in the successful of the agribusiness, because we promote as a scientific institute the technology based startup. So something new technologies, that technology can be commercialized, that technology taken by entrepreneur. So that aspect, I think that will be that is one thing where institute is finding this technology. We are giving the commercializing, we are providing technology to the entrepreneur. He is making business, and similarly, a lot of entrepreneurs are coming with very new innovation. I can quote many examples, but I think I can maybe by my speech, very short speech, I can give. There are many entrepreneurs. I can give many examples. The entrepreneurs bringing very good innovative methodology, innovative methods in the either production part or maybe processing part or delivery mechanism is coming up. So I think that is my third point. I want to insist, when you go for agribusiness, you need innovation. New things is come out, new methodology, new things come out. It will be really successful in the agribusiness. So in the course curriculum, what I suggested, you keep the important stimulating the potential students can come into the business. And what I said, the course curriculum, you keep the agribusiness sector one of the key component in the agribusiness sector in the course curriculum. And even the bachelor's degree in the graduate level as well as master's level. I think the interested students can even in the UG level itself, they can motivate some of the students who is interested in the agribusiness. They can separate, they can start in the agribusiness. They can go for agribusiness sector. And this is my brief comments. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. N.H. Mohan, Principal Scientist, National Regional Center for Pig Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Assam.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to make a small correction. It is not a regional center, it is National Research Center.
Sorry, sir.
I hope you will correct it. And thank you very much for inviting me as one of the panelists here. I have very carefully listened to the previous speakers as well as my predecessor, Dr. Kadirvel. And it is true, Kadirvel has been there for a very long time. Almost, we both have been there for almost 20 plus years. It's a very long period we have spent here. And as far as the pig value chain is concerned, and which is the focus of the project as well as the today's function, the role of tribal women in the pig value chain cannot be overemphasized. It is extremely important, and they have been the main stakeholders, and any plan without having them into fold is futile. And there are multiple concerns here. One is how we engage them attached to the value chain. This is a matter of concern because there are multiple hurdles coming in way as a whole, disturbing the pig value chain in the not only northeastern region, not only even in the country as a whole, in the world itself. There are some common causes, and particularly northeast has been really vulnerable towards that. Let me tell you a few of them. One of the major concern is the rise of cost input, animal raising costs coming from the germplasm availability, germplasm cost. Then it is as you can under your we are a from economics background, you can better understand that the demand and supply are very much interrelated. So I would say that the germplasm availability will determine the cost of that. There is one more factor, a non-economic factor, I will tell you, that is the type of animal, whether large animal or small animal or fast growing animal. Those kind of considerations are also there. Large animal, large piglet will fetch a little more than that. And there is huge fluctuation because we have seen from a piglet can cost anywhere from 3,000 to say 7,500 rupees, depends upon the state and depends upon the season of the market, and many factors are there. So this is one of the things which disrupt the value chain, and they had as a similar time they will be affecting the tribal women as well. That is one of the things. Second concern is the regular management of, there are of course there are many managemental issues which has been solved, and still one or two issues are there. Let me tell you. One is the availability of the breeding animal. So breeding animal is also a matter of concern. So now we have my institute has wonderfully developed artificial insemination technology, and they have been actually a lot of takers for that. Lot of takers, and exclusively instead of a breeding core, we have been using now the artificial insemination. Semen people will collect from our office, our institution. Then they will go for inseminating their own animals. A very interesting thing for the information of the house. Many of the farmers, including women farmers, have become inseminators actually. So they have taken it as a profession. See, it's a spin-off effect. It's not a direct thing. So in the big value chain, they are playing a role which they were not previously playing. So this is an important thing because they themselves have, other than being a say entrepreneur of being in the big field, their insemination is also, they have found this as a source of income. So that is very nice, really. So one is this. Now, one very major issue is the disease control. This is also disrupting the value chain. Many diseases are there for which there is no vaccination presently available, such as African swine fever. This is also disrupting the big value chain. So these are some of the, this is not a one-stop solutions are not there. One has to be step-by-step solutions have to be found for all of them. And after all these things, crossing hurdles, we raise the animal. One point I'm leaving it here, that is about feed, because feed, I suppose that in a backyard farming, they are arranging from their local backyard or kitchen waste or vegetable waste or small cultivations they do. I'm leaving it because it's a 70% animal raising cost is also coming from that feed, even though that is a matter of concern. But as far as the women entrepreneurs are concerned, women role of tribal women is concerned, after these all crossing hurdles, when we raise the animal and animal has become large and ready to market should be available. That is a major concern here. Now, a lot of restrictions are there due to not only because of COVID, because of the African swine fever, and there has been restriction in the even district-wise movement of animals. So from one area to other area, the animal cannot be moved. So that means the sale is restricted to respective districts only, or few kilometers in and around to that. So this is a disrupting factor for the value chain. And these are some of the real concerns. There, again, as I told earlier, there is not a one-stop solution for that. It may take some time for solutions to come, because it is a government policy to open up the districts for animal movement. And of course, it has been done with a very good intention, because African swine fever was traveling from left to right, lot of spread, and huge economic losses are there. We have recently summarized the economic losses due to ASF. That is the sole reason why the restrictions are in place. So the even though Dr. Kadirvel told agri entrepreneurship, it is a 10% only, it is there. But let me tell you, it is the future. Agri entrepreneurship is the future, because the population, it is expected that by 2050, the world population will be 9.6 billion. So for a huge population to be fed, the entire resources has to be produced. So that means the food sector will be one very much emerging, because increasing population is there at the time. Resources are also coming down, say land areas, then water availability. There are many other factors, and along with that, one major concern for specifically for India, I will say, is the degradation of land. So recently, ISRO released data on the land degradation. It is really very shocking. It is a 2021 data. You can see that how this is a really multifarious effect will be there, and this will adversely affect the land area available for the not only animal rearing, the where the animal feed will be produced. And finally, one more concern I will say, other than the value addition and other things that maybe at that time I can still speak, that is the waste management of big farms. So those also should be a matter of great concern, because it is said that 2 meter cube of material is produced by a pig in an year. So it's a very pig producing, say, 20 kg waste per day, a single animal. So you have, when the size of the holding increases, the waste also increases. So a suitable means for disposal of waste also should be there. And these all the entrepreneurs or the value chain actors have to be engaged, because if required, new actors have to come, or new technologies have to come into the value chain, and the technology driven strengthening of the value chain should be an essential requirement. And of course, other concern is the market linkage that anyway need to be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Now I would like to call Dr. Misha Madhavan M, scientist from the National Research Center on Pig, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Assam.
Thank you. A very good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Misha Madhavan, working as a scientist in ICR National Research Center on Pig at Guwahati, Assam. And my senior colleagues, Dr. Kadirvel and Dr. Mohan, sir, also already explained regarding what is the status. I just want to add few points into that. We have started working in this project, that is the pork marketing pork marketing chains from 2019, and we are working as a collaborating center from Assam, and very happy to work in this area, because it is very much important considering the big sector in Assam. As we know that there are about 9 million pigs are there in India, and out of which about 40% are from northeastern part, mainly from the rural areas, because the farmers, those who are small holders, they are rearing the pigs in their backyard farming system. So there is a huge scope for enriching their practices, because they are not following any kind of scientific practices at presently. So under this project, we have already collected nearly 900 pig producers data from Assam, and we are looking after it, and we could find that there is immense scope for improvement is there. in considering to the pig sector in Assam, because when we go for the commercial pig farms, by adopting the scientific practices, the farmers can get a very good income out of that. And regarding the agribusiness incubation and all those scope, my previous speakers have already talked about those, so I am not going into that. I just want to tell you some few points, like the importance of entrepreneurship for youth and women. In about that, there is a very good scope is there, because recently I have interacted with one of the lady entrepreneur. So I just want to share with you that her name was Bonali. So she did her MA in English, and now she is working in an entirely different field. She is looking after the pork processing unit. So she told that they are unable to meet the demand, because there is a huge demand from all over the country, and they are presently supplying to different parts of India like Bangalore, Delhi, and all those states, but they are unable to produce as much as the demand is there. So there is a huge gap between the demand and supply sector of this pork. So by enriching this value chain, we are trying to find where are the price gaps are there. So we think we will be able to form some policy, able to put it in front of the policy makers by the end of this project. And it's a very good experience working with the Amity team from the last 2-3 years with Dr. Mahua and Dr. Shivani and all. And I hope we will be able to put forward some good policy decisions. Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call Dr. Mehak Singh, Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Nagaland.
Yeah, very good morning, ma'am. One and all, specifically, I thanks Madam Mohua for bringing this very important project to the Northeast, as all of us know that Northeast is known for the pig production. Whenever anyone thinks of specifically of Nagaland or of Northeast in the plain area of India, it is generally assumed that it is they are eating anything, more particularly pigs. So rightly, this region is known as pig belt or the pork belt of pork region of the India. Specifically, when coming to the pig production scenario, as Dr. Misha Madhavan has told that we have around 45% of the total pig population of the country. So, but the pig population in the except Assam and Meghalaya, the other state, it has been continuously decreasing over the last 10 years, we can say, or 20 years also. In Nagaland, it was earlier around 10 lakh, then it came to 6 lakhs, 5 lakh, now it is 4 lakh. And if we consider it as on today, the population is still decreasing. And the Nagaland is the per capita consumption of animal protein, animal meat is highest in India. It is generally estimated that per capita consumption per person, it is 50 kg in a year. So that is the huge demand, but we don't have so much of productions. Our estimate suggests that the number of animal required in 1 year is around 10 to 15 lakhs for slaughtering of the for our pork requirement, but we do not have that number of animal in the Nagaland either. So these animals are coming far from Haryana, Gurgaon regions, from Punjab. So the business opportunity where it lies in the region. Now see, the farmers sitting in Haryana or Punjab, when they are earning the profit by selling the pigs, live pig from Punjab, Haryana, Delhi to Nagaland. So why can't the farmers of this region be able to take this opportunity? So we have to understand the system. Now here the pig production system is mostly backyard, where the farmers keep 2 or 3 or 4 pigs in his backyard house, and it is generally for his own consumptions. Now why it is so? Because of the lack of capital investment. Now day before yesterday we are having one stakeholder meeting in which director of veterinary husbandry of Nagaland was speaking. So he was telling that there were so many schemes supported by government of India as well as government of Nagaland to bring the farmers for pig breeding unit. But the thing is that then they are giving 20 lakhs rupees of loan. Now Poor farmer, they don't afford the 20 lakh rupees loan to start the pig farming. The one question, the poor farmer cannot go for the pig breeding unit. Now the rich person, if you will give the 20 lakh rupees, he don't want to go for the pig farming. If he is having 20 lakh rupees, there are another business opportunity for him. Why he will go for the pig farming with 20 lakh rupees? So mindset change, the ecosystem of business development is also needed. Coming to the opportunity of the pig farming in the regions. So see, the maximum production of pork on globally is by China, but still China is the main importer of the pork. Hong Kong is the main importer of the pork. Japan is the main importer of the pork. South Korea is main importer of the pork. Southeast Asian nations, they are also a large importer of the pork. So our opportunity for our this northeastern region farmers in the pork export, it is very huge in the Southeast Asian countries as well as in the East Asian countries. We have to develop it our see the pork marketing chain in the northeastern region, starting from the producer, from the input supplier, from the marketing, from the processing. It is fragmented. It is means the farmers use very outdated technologies. Still, there is a lot of scope to improvement. Everywhere the business opportunity is there, but where to start, where to go, all these things need to be discussed in a very detailed manner. What production system, what marketing system. Now, role of tribal women we are discussing here. The tribal women, they are the main stakeholder in the pork production in the region. But when coming the opportunity for the taking the decision, this is generally being taken by the male head of the household. So where we will be able to strengthen the female, that we also have to look into it. That's it from my side, madam. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your beautiful comments. We have with us today an esteemed panel of professionals to give their valuable policy suggestions for way forward and key comments. Now, to present the key findings, analysis for the project, capacity building program, and the future roadmap for the project, I would now like to invite Dr. Mohab Bhattacharjee, professor at Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Puneet sir, I just want you to share the PPT. And I request my co-PI, Ms. Shivani Jaswal Mehta, to please come. Before our PPT start, I want to say that our students are just waiting for this session, because all through our in teaching, we are always in that side, and we bombarded them with lot of criticism. Now today we are just reversing the table, and they will listen to us, and obviously with a huge panel of experts from different line, they will bombard us. And so you all enjoy, and also keep ready all your questions. And the most important thing is, obviously, through questions you learn. Thank you so much. So we're starting. So as you know, Arya, please. So the workshop, as you know, that it is on capacity building program for the sustainable livelihood of tribal women. And the title of the project is Pork Marketing Chains in Northeast India for Sustainable Livelihood of Tribal Women, Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. It's funded by National Agricultural Science Fund, and which is under ICAR. I want to say before starting that generally NASF give fund for extension services, for development of science, tools and innovations. But specifically, and recently they had started, not recently, 5 years back, they started giving fund for social science research. So the project which I'm talking about, or the one which we were funded, it is a social science project. It is not an extension based project, neither it is a technology development project. So because of this, when I say it's not an extension based project, that means we do not have any funds to give some incentive to the farmers. Do you understand? When we say that it's an extension based project, means we do not have funds for, suppose, to give pig to the farmers to start their or to give medicines or such kind of extension work. We are not been supported to do that. We are here as a social science experts in which we are researching the data. We are trying to find out the scenario, how it is working in quantitative and qualitative way, and then we are trying to give some solutions. And the solutions, again, it's not in the line of not in the line of giving extensions, giving supports कि आपको हम पिक दे रहे हैं, आपको हम मेडिसिन दे रहे हैं, आपको हम ये फ्री दे रहे हैं, हम नहीं दे सकते क्योंकि ये सोशल साइंस प्रोजेक्ट है. So this, before starting, I want to say that this is some एक weakness भी है, एक strength भी है, जिसके through से we have come forward with this. We are doing the project and we are in the 3rd year and it will be finished in 2022 November. It is the submission date, or it is the last 3 years we have completed. This is the 3rd year running. So this is about the key detail. As you can see, the total budget is 121 lakhs, more than 1.21 crores. And then we are the lead institute. MIT School of Economics is the lead institute, and our partner institutes, as you have just now, you have met all the partners and you have seen that they have got vast experience. Specifically, they are exclusively working in that particular states from Meghalaya. NRCP, I apologize for the wrong connotation. It is National Regional Center on Pig, and the director, sir, of NRCP, Dr. Vivek Gupta, has also given his kind consent to give his comments. We will get his comments through Misha madam and NH Mohan sir. When they talked, you have seen how vast they have got their experience. They're practically working on it. And we have got Mehak Singh sir from Nagaland. So these are the 3 key institutes who are cooperating with us, and together we are doing this project. And the day we started from December 2019, and as I've said, the date of closing is this. CPIs you have just met and you have heard the word of huge words of wisdoms which they have and the huge experience they have. So just now you have met them. We could not meet Pompi Paul, and I hope she has joined. She is the co-PI of from Meghalaya. So we to start with, this is our study area. This is the Northeast study area, and from which you can see that from the map, Assam, Nagaland, Meghalaya, you can see the topography, how the left and the right side, the 2 states are related. Generally, as just now our panelists and our experts were saying that, and Mehak Singh sir was also telling that Northeast states actually occupies a major pig consumers and producers. And so these 3 states are also among the top ones. So you can see the name of the districts which we have selected for the study. And Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, the names are Boksha, Golaghat, Kamrup. You can read it: Gwalpara, Kamrup Rural and Kamrup Metro, Nalbari, Ribhoy, West Garo Hills, West Jaintia, from Meghalaya, sorry, from West Meghalaya, it's Ribhoy, West Garo Hills, West Jaintia Hills, East Khasi Hills, and Phek. Sorry, from Nagaland, it is Phek. Phek is the highest districts in which highest production is there. Mon, Kohima, and Dimap. So we have mixed up rural and urban areas actually. There's a group, suppose Kamrup Metro is an urban. In Meghalaya, it is Ribhoy, it comes out, and west, I think, if I'm not wrong, Kediwal sir, Ribhoy and West Garo Hill is coming under the urban area, if I'm not wrong. These 2 are the coming under the urban areas, and in Nagaland, Dimapur is the urban area. So we have collected actually data both of all the stakeholders, producers, consumers, traders, and you can see the number of the data set. Actually, we planned to take a data set of 5,000, more than 5,100, but due to COVID, we had to relax little bit of data. We almost got whole data collection is almost completed. And you can see that these are the stakeholders. By stakeholders, the number of sample size we are showing you. The producers, consumers, processors, traders, and sellers. We have almost collected the full data. It's only hardly 10% of the data is not collected. And analysis which we will show, we won't be able to show you the entire data analysis. It will be of 75 to 80% data analysis is there. Fine. Though data is collected, data cleaning and all those things are still going on for the remaining 10%. So we could not incorporate the findings of last 10% data. And so the producers, you can see producer, we plan to collect 1,000. We have collected, now we can say we have collected 1,000. Consumer is 250 consumers, mostly from the urban areas. We have taken it from urban areas, as I have said. Processor, we have taken 10. Then trader, we have taken 25, and seller, we have taken 50. So from each of the state, total data collection is 1,335. When we have got three states, so 1,335 into 3, it comes out to be 4,005. Fine. So this is our data collection. So now we are coming to the objectives, because you people do a lot of NTCC, lot of research work. You all should know this is the process by which we do. And this is the process actually you need to follow. So now the next is this objectives. This is the objective which we have framed: to analyze the pig pork price determinants and to estimate the critical points to indicate the efficiency of value chain. This is the first objective. That is, first of all, we will be doing the primary and the secondary data analysis and the assessment of the factors that pose challenge health risk to women in participating in pork value chain. So, and then third is formulate an action plan and framework for tribal women to generate sustainable livelihood and economic empowerment with the family by participating in pork value chain. Design a customized knowledge product and implement on pilot scale in one district of each state and assess their outcome. To polish and to get more input on the last two objectives, this workshop is actually organized so that we can get input from the experts in different field, and they give their suggestions. These are the priority area. So marketing chain of pork is something, as in the keynote address also Honorable VC sir was also talking about the supply chain actor. So this is something which we need to really hit, that what is the situation, pig producers, traders, processing houses, butchers, pork retailers, and consumers. So they are the focused, while collecting the data, we kept them as the most important stakeholders. Market structure and conduct of market actors. How do they perform? What is their efficiency in the market? That is quantified and measured. Intervention point of the pig market. This is something which both with the primary and secondary data, we have tried to find out what are the points through which the pig markets get intervened, and through policies and through other institutional and other physical and socio biological reasons. Then we have got tribal women, our most important priority area, because as just now Mehak Singh sir was telling, they are in the chain, they are in the producers section, they are finally 100% production part, they are doing that. But they are not into the market, as the decision issue is there. So that's why, because they don't take the decision, so they are not participating in the marketing chain. So we are trying to find out the solution of this, and agri entrepreneurship and such kind of solutions are, that's why, given. Now, the last point is capacity building, as the workshop is framed or this is getting organized on this on this area only, to identify the knowledge and capacity gap of tribal women and participating the chain and generating sustainable livelihood. So this is something, and you can see the different physically we actually visited, and our partner institutes are constantly organizing number of activities, so that we are always in touch with them, what they want to say, what are the issues where they are facing. So these are mostly, the first one you can say it's an interface meeting where we met all the partner institute and came up with a common objective, common pathway, how we will go about it. Then we came up in the Nagaland, we met all the stakeholders. You can see almost 45 stakeholders actually came there, from municipalities, say butcher, stakeholder, all kind of, from institutions, say private individuals who are in business joined there, and they gave their inputs. So these are all qualitative information we collected through these sources. Quantitative came through questionnaires, and qualitative came through meetings, all this. And then we can see that field day was organized on animal husbandry in Meghalaya there, and there also we and this is the next one. You can see that a small FGD we are conducting with a group of women. They have got their SHGs, how they are operating, what is their intention, what do they want to do they really have got any willingness to do something like this, or we are going to impose on them what we are doing. So their reactions, we are listening to them. And this is one also that you can see the pictures. And then visit to local retail shop in Meghalaya, where we actually we talked with the cooperation with our partner institute to the with the our partner institutes were there constantly to coordinate with us. And then next we can see that capacity building initiative from Niam Jaipur. We have got our experts from Niam Jaipur also today, Dr. Kadam, and starter, he will be bringing a founder also who is working in animal husbandry. Niam works a lot in hand holding, specifically in agriculture. National Institute of Agriculture Management. They are the knowledge partner of this project. So this is again workshop on economic optimization. This is visit to Gadwasu, Punjab we have done, because when we collected the primary data, we got to know that a lot of trading is trading, or lot of people are importing. Nagaland, Meghalaya people are importing lot of pigs from Punjab. So we wanted to meet and see what is their approach, how do they work. So we gave actually one case study of and which will be published in a well-recognized journal. And Tejendra Singh, who is the owner of the polar animal husbandry industry, Polar Genetic. Polar Genetic. He's the owner of Polar Genetic, who is doing a lot of business in pig waste product, pig feed, pig pork processing, and everything. So he's a success story of him. Also, helped us to brainstorm how we have to go about it. Then this is again a brainstorming session which was conducted in ICR and RCP. And this was one of the most important session which lastly we have attended in 1410. And there we found out, or we have zeroed down the pathway for the capacity building, how we will be going about. And all our partner institute stakeholders and NRCP in the whole country, they are the only center which exclusively work on pig research. So they guided us what is to be done for capacity building, and based on that we planned out some activities which are going on. Now, these are other second advisory committee meeting, which was conducted in Meghalaya. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, gave us actually a suggestion that who are your clients? You need to meet your clients and talk to your clients and tell them that what you wanted to do and what you are doing, and listen to them. So with this purpose, this workshop is organized so that we can listen to and we can understand the inputs what our experts are giving. So these are all this is most important based on the suggestions based on the capacity building program suggestions, brainstorming. This is something which came out with NRCP, came up with a very innovative way out for, and they are organizing a piggery farmer field school. I would really love to know from Mohan sir and Misha madam how they are actually going about it. We have requested Honorable Director sir from NRCP to give his time. If he cannot manage, I will really request Misha madam how actually they are doing it. There you can see the pictures, like a school children, women who are actually into the pig farming. They are coming and they are getting trained. We have developed a model actually how to train them. You cannot train in all things. We zeroed down 6 broad areas in which they will be trained. And under Piggery Farmer Field School, Misha madam and H. Mohan Sarka leadership is getting conducted. We will get to know more when the expert comments session will be there. So we come to methodology. So how did we go about it? And from this session, I would like to give the session to my co-PI, Ms. Shivani Jaswal. Oh, Mehta.
Thank you so much, Mahua ma'am. It has indeed been an honor to be a part of this project under your able guidance. And I understand that there are, eminent panelists who are already here in the session. But before we start, I don't want to, I want to acknowledge that we have over 150 students who have logged in for the workshop, which is a commendable number, given, we are a small institute of economics. But nonetheless, I want to take it slow because this is the workshop where we want you all to understand, how to go about research, how we do it. And from that, how do we draw policy framework? Yes. So I want the students to take it as a case study that, we have done It is a live project that we are working on, but for you as a case study and a learning experience as to, if you want to go into research and you have your NTCCs and other objectives, how do you frame an objective? How do you decide a research methodology? How do you draw a result? And based on those results, how do you actually, come out with capacity building programs or initiatives and policies, which is what Mahua ma'am was saying, right? So just to take it, just to break it down. So from the topic of the project, there are four key things we should understand. It's a project on pigs. I hope you all got that. Tribal women are the center. We are definitely wanting not to look into just production, because women are the rearers of the pigs and they are producing them, but being just the producers and not entering the value chain. And when we say value chain, it is, the entire marketing process to the time the pig is born, reared, sold in the market, cut in by the butcher, sold to the retailers, wholesalers, and ultimately reaching the consumers. So what is happening in the Northeast is we are just sticking down to women are only engaged in production, so they take the minimum share of the value chain. They make the least income, right? So we want to get them into the value chain where they can take maximum and get empowered in doing so. And we are trying to assess how we can do it. And to do that, the first objective was to determine and analyze the pig pork determinants, yes, and to estimate the critical points that indicate efficiency of the value chain. All right, we wanted to understand. So every state has a value chain. So there's a wholesale, there's a producer, somewhere they're selling directly to the consumers, like we see in Nagaland. So we were trying to look into what are the key determinants, right? And the methodology we looked into was to firstly look at the cost structure. Yes, how much money does it take for a producer to produce pig? And for that, we have gone into a multiple linear regression modeling. Yes, and later on, we drew how much percentage of that entire marketing chain is going to the each individual value chain producer, right? And this is the analysis that we have done, the multiple linear regression model. For Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, the R square values have come out to be above 60% for all three states, which indicate the model is a good fit. And when we say a model is a good fit, the model we used is here on your screens. Now, we used total cost as the dependent variable, and the total cost here is the cost of piggery, right? The pork and the pig. And it is influenced by various factors. And like our CCPIs had mentioned, cost being a major factor which restricts people from entering this, because there is high cost. So what are the factors that actually incur, are determining the cost in each of the partnering state is what we looked into. The independent variables were taken as stock purchase. So we buy pig and then we rear them, and so that's the stock purchase. The feed, so we feed the pig, make them healthy, and sell. The healthier the pig, the more money we get, right? And the health expenditure is basically, so you get a pig, you have to deworm them, you have to keep give them all sorts of vaccinations so that they survive, right? So that's another expenditure. Transportation, so northeastern region, hilly region, it incorporates a lot of transportation expense. Equipment, so you slaughter the pig. Largely northeastern region, we look at pig. It is not a business model yet. Yes, so we are trying to turn it into an enterprising model. So we see that it is largely backyard farming. Yes, we are doing it at our home for our, at a very small and marginal level, though it has a high potential, because northeast region, the demand for pigs is substantial to an extent where they are taking it from outside regions, but not doing it themselves, not creating the supply themselves. So what is that gap for? That is what we are trying to assess. And depreciation, that is basically the shed maintenance. So you keep the pigs in pens, and the money that goes into pens, and of course the random error, right? Now, based on this, for all three states, we understood these as the top three factors that influence the cost structure. Yes, so purchasing pig, the stock of pig is very expensive for all three states. It's the prime factor. Feed, very, very crucial. So the money they spend on, making a healthy pig in terms of feeding them on a daily basis, multiple times in the day, that is a very, very huge cost in the total cost, right? And for Meghalaya and Assam, health related expenditures, which is like deworming, vaccinations that we, spend money on, that is an influential factor. While in Nagaland, transportation has come out to be the third influencing factor, right? So these are the factors that affect cost, and these have come out from the multiple linear regression modeling. Now, this is the value chains, right? So we have three partner states that we are reading about here: Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. And it is not necessary that all of them follow the same value chain. So the value chain in Assam, there is a producer, which is largely women. Yes, these are tribal women. They produce is basically they get the pigs, they buy the pigs, they rear them into, nurture them. And in the process of doing them, they get a lot of health diseases, right? Gastric problems. That is why we want to empower them. Yes. So they sell it, they sell their pig to a trader. They don't themselves go to the market to sell the pig, right? And that is what restricts them from entering the value chain. So they give it to the trader sells it to the slaughterhouse, then comes the wholesaler, and then finally the retailer or the consumer, right? So that is a very, very big value chain. And like you can see, the maximum share. So if a pig were to be sold for rupees 100, 28 rupees would go to the retailer and only 11 would go to the producer. Yes, this brings out the scope for the study. Yes, so when you take out your topics, this is why we are studying it, right? Because the producers, who are the tribal women who are doing the starting point of the value chain, take the least. Here in Assam, let's say 11%, right? In Meghalaya, a similar but a smaller value chain, we see producer selling to the trader selling to the slaughterhouse, and then slaughterhouse selling it to the wholesaler and the retailer, right? Now here, again, the wholesaler and the retailer, which is the end actor in the value chain, whereas we want to see the women reaching so that they acquire the maximum market share, but the producer again taking the smallest ratio, which is 16%, right? The third value chain, Nagaland. So Nagaland is very, very special here, because in Nagaland we see two types of value chains acting, right? So there is a value chain where we have producers to traders, and traders are the wholesalers there, right? And then they sell it to the butcher, who ultimately is the retailer. Butcher cuts the pig and sells it as well. So it is a very short value chain. And then there's another value chain. So this is one type of selling that is happening in Nagaland, and there's another one where we have the producer directly selling it to the consumer. Yes, and because that's the most shortest and most you know direct value chain that we have across all three states. 100% is taken away by the women. But this is largely not very functional. Why? Because Nagaland doesn't produce pigs. So the demography and what we find in Nagaland is that they import. So they are not into breeding pigs themselves, but they take it from neighboring states, from Assam and Nagaland. So the first value chain is more efficient, in which we see they again are taking the least share, which is 21%. So this scenario, it brings out an important point that women are doing everything at the starting, but then they are not getting paid for it, if as much as they should. Why? For a simple fact that they are not value chain actors. So how can we get them into entering the value chain is then the question, right? So we did the cost, we looked into the different mapping of the value chains, and now basis of the percentage shares that we have discussed, we from the primary survey calculated the net profit, and they are aligned with the market share that we see. In Assam, the producers take the minimum net profit. Yes, the maximum is going to the trader. In Meghalaya, again, the smaller share of net profit is going to the producers. And then same in Nagaland, traders, yes, because they bring in and they trade it, so they take the biggest market share. So net profit is higher, which is in line with the market share discussion we had, right? Now, these supply chains, right? So we have studied different supply chains. Now, are they efficient? which is the one which is the best one out of these? What should we aim at? How should we align them? Yes. For that, we did a marketing efficiency of big chains, right, across all three regions. And I'll call the SRF, Priyanka. We just did this, we have been recently working on it because the sample sets keep changing. So we use the Acharya modified marketing model. Priyanka will take you through it, and then I'll take you back to more research.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very nicely explained by you, all the value chain actors for all the three states. I will quickly explain this thing. In Assam, we have identified three chains. This is, we have done marketing efficiency. I'll just brief what is marketing efficiency and how is it important for our study. Efficient marketing plays an important role in increasing the producer's share in consumers' rupee, which in turn helps in increasing the production. And what it is the measure of marketing performance. The movement of goods in our study, it is fixed from producer to the ultimate consumer at lowest possible cost is termed as efficient marketing. This is what it is. And it is said to be efficient if the total marketing margin is reduced for a given marketing cost. I'll explain what is marketing margin and what is marketing cost and what we have included in calculating marketing cost, what are the key variables we have taken. So in the present study, we have identified three prominent chains working for Assam. First is the producer is selling his stock of pig to the trader, and trader is selling to the wholesaler. Wholesalers are selling to retailers, and retailers are ultimately selling to consumers. Second is producers are selling to traders are selling to retailers, and retailers are selling to consumers. The third chain is producer is selling to the retailer who is also acting as a butcher, and he is selling to the consumer. Now, to start with, in channel 1, the producer is selling at 210, as you all can see in your screen also. His marketing cost is 0 because he is not going anywhere, or he is not incurring any cost to market his product. The trader himself is coming to producer's house and taking the pig, and he is selling it to the wholesaler or whoever the next value chain actor is. Hence, the marketing cost of producer is 0. His gain we have calculated by from this 210, which is the selling price of producer, which is basically the revenue. We have subtracted his cost, which includes stock purchase, medical health related expenditure incurred on his pig, and feed cost, transportation cost, and such other costs we have from these costs we have calculated the producer's gain. So basically this producer net selling price is 210, and producer is selling to the retailer. So the revenue of producer is basically the cost of trader, because he is selling to the trader. So the purchase price of trader is 210. Marketing cost of trader here is 16 rupees. This is 16 rupees is only the marketing cost. This do not include. So yeah, 16 rupees is just the marketing cost. It do not include the expenditure incurred on health related aspects, vaccine and deworming and cleaning and procedures, feed cost, transportation, stock purchase. This marketing cost is do not include these things. And the marketing margin of trader is 54. Selling price of trader is hence 280 rupees. He is selling to the wholesaler, so his selling price is basically the cost of wholesaler. Wholesaler is purchasing, so wholesaler's cost is 280 rupees, and he is selling to the retailer at 320, and retailer is purchasing at 320 rupees, and he is selling to the consumer at 360 rupees. So here for the total Acharya index we have applied for calculating the marketing efficiency here. Marketing efficiency can also be calculated by Shepherd method or conventional methods. There are many other methods, but Acharya is the one which is the modified one, and it is the current, the most appropriate method to calculate the marketing efficiency for all the chain actors. So the basic formula for Acharya modified marketing efficiency index is the ratio of net selling price of producer, that is 210 for the channel 1, divided by total marketing cost, that is 56 rupees, plus 174, that is the marketing margin. So total net selling price of producer divided by the sum of total marketing cost and the total marketing margin. This is how we calculate Acharya modified marketing index. So yeah, now coming back to this specifically this thing, Acharya modified marketing index, there is no such range that this has to be lie, this index has to lie between 0 to 1 or 10 to 20. There is no such range, and there is no such study that the value that is low or that is greater is termed as less efficient, is inefficient, or weak efficient. The higher the marketing index, the more efficient the chain is. So for channel 1, Acharya index is 0.913. As we can see, there are lot many intermediaries between a producer and the consumer. The trader is also acting. Trader is there, wholesaler is there, retailer is there. So there are 3 intermediaries. Hence hence this chain has comparatively to channel, as compared to channel 2 and channel 3, a lower index, which is termed as less efficient. Not inefficient, less efficient as compared to channel 2 and channel 3. So we can relatively, yeah, relatively. So this model and same we can see for channel 2. Here only 4 value chain actors are active. Here there is no wholesaler. So the index is comparatively and relatively high as compared to channel 1. It is 0.977. The formula is the same. Every method is the same. And for channel 3, where only 3 participants are there, producer is directly selling to retailer, who is also a butcher, and he is directly selling to the consumer. So the channel basically involves two value chain actors. The consumer, leave consumer, because he is the one who is getting the product. So the cost is, his cost is, we have not included this in, because this marketing efficiency basically deals with the value chain actors who are in the production process, trading and selling the things. Consumer is the last chain actor. So here basically there are 3 chain actors. There are very less intermediaries, hence resulting to Acharya index 1.50, which is very high as compared to the channel 1 and channel 2. And relatively, this is the most efficient channel we have identified for Assam. Now going to Meghalaya, we have identified 4 chains. In Assam, there were 3 prominent chains, and for Meghalaya, there are 4. The first chain, again, the same, that was for Assam also, producer to trader to wholesaler to retailer to consumer. Second, the shortest chain, producer to trader, and trader is selling to consumer. Third chain, producer to trader to retailer, and retailer is selling to consumer. There is no wholesaler in between. And the fourth chain, again, it is a lengthiest one, producer to trader to slaughterer to retailer to consumer. Here there is no wholesaler, but again the new value chain participant is there, the slaughterer. He is acting as a very he is a very active participant in, we have seen in Meghalaya also when we went there, that slaughterers are the yeah. Okay. So in channel 1 we can see channel 1 and channel 4 are the longest channels running in Meghalaya. So we can see the Acharya index for channel 1 and channel 4 are very close. It's 1.437 for channel 1 and 1.484 for channel 4. But the shortest channel, that is channel number 2, producer is selling to trader and traders are selling to consumer. We can see the Acharya index is very high. It's 2.0. So we can say the channel 2 for Assam, for Meghalaya, is the efficient one as compared to other 3 channels. Now going to Nagaland, we have identified 3 channels here. Channel 1, where the producer is selling to trader who is acting as a wholesaler and he is selling to consumer. That's it. And the channel 2 is the producer who is basically the exporter. This exporter could be the exporter sitting in Assam, exporter sitting in Nagaland also, matlab he's inter-regional export and interstate export is going on, interstate trade is going on. He is selling to the trader and trader is selling to the butcher who is acting as a retailer here, and he is selling to consumer. This is the longest chain we have identified for Nagaland. And the third chain is where the producer is selling to the consumer directly. This is the shortest chain we have identified for Nagaland. Yeah. So you said that number now. So for the channel 1, where there is 3 participants, producer, trader or wholesaler to consumer, The marketing efficiency is 1.724. The second channel where the marketing efficiency is very least, and it has involved, it is in there are very the intermediaries are more there. So we have got Acharya index 0.565, relatively very less. And the highest efficient chain in Nagaland is where the producer is selling to the consumer, and the index is 2.133. So this is considered to be the most efficient channel working or running in Nagaland, because it has involved less intermediaries, and there, or we can say there are no intermediaries like wholesalers, traders. The producer is directly selling to the consumer. So this is the most efficient one. Higher the efficiency index, the more efficient the chain is. Lower the index, the less efficient, or we cannot say that it is inefficient. It is relatively less efficient. So that's all, ma'am.
So why did we do all that jargon? We did that jargon to identify that which value chain is efficient and which value chain should we aim at, right? So we just saw that bigger the value chain, the least share goes to the women because they are not part of it, right? Or the shorter the value chain, the maximum profit goes to them. So we have two alternatives. Either we bring the value chain to just direct selling, which is just not feasible, or we push the women to become part of the value chain, which is the objective of this project, right? So the second objective, I think the first objective is identifying the value chain, the cost, profit, and actors' efficiency, which we have done. And the second one is to assess the factors that pose challenges or risk to women for participating. Now, why don't they come forward? Why don't they become part of the value chain actors, right? When they know that they can make more money. That is the objective of the second objective of the study. And this was largely we estimated this objective, or we analyzed this objective largely through focused group discussions, FDGs. Mahua ma'am had previously shown you images of how extensively she has been on the field along with all the cooperating partners in different regions over the last 2 years. And through one-on-one interaction, we have come to that. Also, we have done the principal component PCA to determine what factors act as influencers for sustainable development of women, right? So we want to see development of women, and that to sustainable development, or enhancing their sustainable livelihood, if I were to correct myself. And we have done the PCA principal component analysis, and we find out that these are the components, the four major components the factor analysis has given us for all the three states, Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, where we see the right skill for the job, health, safety, financial independence, income, right? Income, sanitation, learning opportunities, market awareness, basic amenities, the sanitation, the drinking water. All these are major factors that will influence the sustainable livelihood of women in the northeastern region, right? And the third objective, moving to the third objective, okay, this is Mama ma'am's favorite, the SEM modeling. So we had to now connect the dots, right? So we have seen the market, we have seen the women, we know that they would benefit when they would enter the value chain, right? And we have seen the indicators that result in their sustainable livelihood, right? Now let's say we get them into the value chain, right? We get them into the value chain, they are part of the value chain. Their empowerment would happen. Yes, would that necessarily result in increase in sustainable livelihood, right? So for that, we needed to assess. So when we do linear regression modeling, it is a linear relationship, one-on-one, right? But structural equation modeling using AMOS was the methodology that we have used here, which allows us to assess the relationships of multiple constructs simultaneously, right? So I can assess social and economic factors affecting women empowerment, they affecting sustainable livelihood, women empowerment affecting sustainable livelihood all together, Yes, it's quite complex as a model, but we have done it. And this is the framework we have adopted. We have used the literature to draw the constructs of women, tribal women, variables affecting tribal women. And we have divided them into two constructs. First is social advancement, which includes access like factors like access to basic amenities, freedom of mobility, independent visit to banks reflecting independence, attitude and perception towards change and commercialization. I would want to highlight this point because attitude is very, very important. Yes, we cannot ask the women ki bhai, you become an entrepreneur, right? Are they willing? Do they have the attitude? Do they want to take it? So we wanted to assess those factors. And economic advancement, which is basically income wise, which is market accessibility, participation in training and workshops on pig commercialization, proper skill for the job, education level, very, very important. So these are economic advancement indicators. Now, these social and economic indicators will affect empowerment of women. Yes. Now, how do they impact? They would have better freedom to utilize income for personal needs. Yes. Just drawing income is economically advancing. Do I get to use it to my perception is empowerment, right? So that is an indicator for women getting empowered. Learning accessibility, control over income, and safety at workplace, being more social and cultural in nature, right? Now, these are indicators used for women empowerment and for assessing, measuring sustainable livelihood, safe drinking water, health safety, sanitation, and housing facilities, right? So indicators around infrastructure, basic infrastructure that we need for good living, those are the indicators. And here is the result for the SEM modeling that we have done. Um, so the constructs, the four circles that we see are the major constructs. The arrows that we see between the constructs are showing us the relationships, right? And these boxes on the left and right of each construct are basically the factors that I just explained, right? So the SEM modeling requires the each factor to have a component the value of above 0.7, which we drew. So which means all the factors that we've taken for our constructs are significant. They significantly, explain the construct functionally. And the longer arrows between each construct shows the implication. Yes. So basically, if I were to take this arrow on top, it is basically telling us if social advancement were to happen in the Northeast region, will it empower women? Yes, it would, because it is positive, and the value is 0.25, which is significant, right? Similarly, the study finds that social advancement would result in sustainable livelihood also. The positive linkage here, the value is 0.30, it is positive. Again, social advancement would positively impact economic advancement as well, and both of them would empower women. Women empowerment would also enhance sustainable livelihood. So if we look at this, this is 0.48. The p values of all the relationships came out to be less than 0.05, which means the relationship are positive and significant for the study. Yes. So this is the basic. So if we work on the social advancement parameters, it will result in economic advancement. Social advancement will also result in women getting empowered. Economic advancement will also create women empowerment. Social advancement will create sustainable livelihood. So we are assessing all the parameters simultaneously. So it's a structural like simultaneous equation. Now, to bring this in a nutshell, now why are we here? To derive policy out of it, right? We have seen that where is the gap, how we can bring it down. Will it give us the result we are wanting? Yes, it would, because the numbers speak so from the primary survey. Now, what do we need to do more, right? What more to be done? So we had a institutional review meeting in which our honorable vice chancellor madam had pointed it out to us as a team to look at the enablers and the drivers. Yes, what enables in the study and what drives it further. So you need to understand the enablers, and we have understood for economic advancement for the study, what will enable women, tribal women, it would be a participation in training, workshops on pig commercialization, because the attitude is definitely there. So if we, enable them by providing them training and, helping them understand the benefits of commercialization, it will drive them towards sustainable development, right? Similarly, market accessibility. In Northeast region, it is sort of a limitation, market accessibility, how to access the market. They know demand hai. All the women know pig ki demand hai. How to create an opportunity to reap those benefits is another enabler. For social advancement, freedom of mobility for personal needs, basic amenities, access to basic amenities, women empowerment, learning ability, freedom to utilize income, and for sustainable livelihood, safe drinking water and health safety, right? So these are the enablers. And corresponding to these enablers, we have derived a roadmap ahead. Yes, how to move forward now. So we wanted to go into capacity building, like Dr. Mahua, the PI of the, when she started the session, she mentioned it is not an extension project. So we cannot give them money or give them financial incentive to make them do things. So we need to make it a social science. It is a social science project. So the first thing that we thought for economic advancement, for all the, enablers to actually start acting, is to build capacity. Yes, capacity building initiatives. And for those, we have derived, the first one is on scientific pig production enterprise business model for packaging and processing. Yes, so our chairperson JP Sharma sir was also saying, the example he was giving of organic honey. We do not know, it is all about how it looks. So if we train the women, if we tell them, okay, you are doing this already as a producer, if you just package it well, it will sell. Yes, but we need to bring that training as a capacity building initiative. Digital sensitization is another very important thing, to connect the producers with the sellers. There's a gap there. So we go, like when we were talking about the efficiency model, the traders go to the house of the producers and pick up the pigs, right? But the sellers, the producers, do not know how much, where to sell, right? So we are in the process of making an app, yes, for both the sellers and producers. So the sellers would be able to upload all the information of what they need, how much they need, in what quantity, at what stage of do they want a weaner, do they want a, early pig, do they want sow, boar, so on. Like there are different stages of pig as well, right? Fattener is like a big pig, piglet is a small pig. So there are different stages also. So all that information would be available for the buyers. Yes, at the end, from 4 to 5, we will be discussing how that app was made, so that you can understand, and learn, hopefully learn out of it, like we have in the last 2 years, and grow out of it. Also, waste management, Mohan sir very rightly mentioned, waste management is very, very important. So building up, taking up that opportunity and converting it into something commercial in nature, right? Because pig waste is very rich in terms of nutrients, and in terms of manure. So converting that pig waste, yes, into commercial activity, creating manure which can augment the income simultaneously, is what we are trying to do. Program capacity building around financial literacy, biosecurity, and waste management. These are certain things that we are trying to train the women in through the field school that we have just started, right? And Mama ma'am, do you want me to go into the details of the demographic? Do we have time for it?
Actually, we don't have time. I
Yeah.
really want to hear, but you just rush with the point what we have done.
All right. So these were the results, right? So we reached the results from demographic profiling. So we have done a lot of profiling on the basis of the primary study that we have done. So for women, we have looked into gender, occupational structure, female headed households, female literacy, because education is very, very important. For sustainable livelihood, we have looked into parameters like sanitation. What is, the profiling of sanitation? What is the state of housing? What is the condition of clean drinking water availability, both for humans and for animals? We have looked at livestock. The livestock here is pig. It would be centric to your respective studies. So type of pig holdings, type of other livestock preferences. So, in animal husbandry, you have cattle, you have chicken. So, what are the other livestock that we see in the northeastern region? The mortality rate, very, very important. Yes, because pig as a livestock is where when there's a flu, it swipes out the entire population, which means the income goes down to zero. So the mortality rate, what is the mortality rate, and the health status in form of how much do we deworm, what is the practices of vaccination, how often do we do it, who is doing it, what is the expenditure, and then the purpose of land holding. Yes, so land, what are we using it for? And in northeast, we find that majority of the land is used for mixed farming, which incorporates backyard farming of animal husbandry activities like pig production of rearing of pig, and then simultaneously other livestock maintenance as well. And lastly, we have done demographic profiling around waste management, which is for manure collection. How are the how much are we already into the process, because that would give us an insight, can we make it commercial? So we looked into manure collection and cleaning and disinfection procedures. These are basically for the pens, so you need to keep the pens very, very clean. Otherwise pigs are susceptible to getting a lot of infection and dying very quickly, right? So cleaning and disinfection procedures, we did all this analysis, we've done all the analysis around this, how many females, how many female headed households.
Will really request you to slightly,
And I'll move
it's
forward.
12:10.
So this is all about the collection, and there was plenty of qualitative analysis also done. I think you should take over for the capacity building. Would you? Anna?
Because it's already 12:10, and our session by the timeline we are supposed to give to our experts.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll be taking from slot.
Yep.
Take to slot as well.
So I'll put it forward now to Dr. Mahua. Take it forward.
Thank you, Shivari, madam. It was really very, very exhaustive and very, very detailed discussion on the quantitative and qualitative findings we have done during the queries made during the session, when it will be open for the discussion towards the house. And if there is a query, we can show the PPT and we can clarify and we can go for the detailed points. But right now we are just rushing with our findings. And now we are coming to the capacity building program. What program did we actually finally we structured? And based on SWOT analysis, this was also suggested by the university, by the esteemed members from the university review committee members, that you go to your capacity building and framework from SWOT analysis. So we have done that according to their suggestions, and this findings, or the strength, weakness, opportunity, threat, whatever we are saying, the points which are there, it's all based on qualitative and quantitative findings. So we can find that the strength is good networking among the value chain actors. This is good networking, doesn't mean that good networking in marketing. Good networking here, it means that woman knows what is the price in the market, but they are not participating. Knowing is something, participating is another thing. So they know it. And if there is a pig which is ready to be sold, the one who wants to buy it, there is a very good networking system by which agents will come to your house and they will pick it up. So there's no problem in that. But the question is the participation. We find it's only a very, very small group of that two men, dominated by men. Women are not there at all. So they are actually into that exchange system. So even they know, suppose there is a system like this, as from the FGD and focus group discussion and from our esteemed co-PI, we understand that suppose in the village, there are informers sort of thing, there are informers. So the informers gives the informations to the traders that so-and-so house, so-and-so and so-and-so house, piglets are ready. So they come directly to that, and that informer gets 100 rupees. Per information, they get 100 rupees. So this way, actually very good network is there, though it is not organized. But the only problem is that information is there, but participation is not there. So market information symmetry, as I said, all women knew what prices are running, what traders are getting, what consumers are charging. It is not that they don't know, no, we don't know anything. It's not like that. They're very much aware, almost in all states. So then we come to high preference for pork value added products. This is also from the consumer studies. As you have seen that we have collected 250 data from the consumers from the urban area. And we find high preference for especially young generations. They really want variety of products, which is not available. So there is a huge gap where Misha madam was telling, huge gap of demand and supply. So it's not like that कि supply हो रहा है, किसी को पसंद ही नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Young, we thought that whether the consumption preference क्या change हो रहा है, क्या young generation इस पे इसको नहीं खाना चाह रहे, ऐसा नहीं है, but they want variety. They don't want that traditional way खाली smoky हो जाए, ऐसा ही हो जाए, smoked and pork, not like that. They want some different, something different should be there, generally which we see. And then we find willingness to innovate and try their entrepreneurial skill in pork business. This is also something, if we have asked open question to the traders and to the other women that would you like to go for it, then though they don't want to go to processing sector directly, but they are okay in the business. And women are organized through SHGs. We find in Northeast states, they have SHGs, they have participation in SHGs, they are organized, so we can cash them. Now we come to the weakness, less awareness of vaccination. This is a very, very strong weakness, very significant point which we find, because I said you that we went to Punjab also to see the success stories. And we find that regarding vaccination, totally 100% awareness and 100% vaccination is done. Though our ICR partners gave us the information that there is a drive for it, but and constantly there are initiatives also which are taken, but there is a gap. We find that it is there, that vaccinations are not done as the way commercially it is generally done, because it's a backyard farming. They don't take it in a commercial level. Ho gaya, nahi ho gaya, mar gaya, chalo mar gaya. It's something like that. It's not in business scale. So frequent fluctuation in price, this is especially found in Assam. This is leading to shutting down of business also. Price key specifically because it might be that we have collected the data in, it is not like that, because we have reviewed secondary data also, that our data collection was occurred in the last year only, and it was a corona period. So and there was a huge wave of swine flu, and so there was a price fluctuation. But generally in animal husbandry product we find price fluctuation. Our experts will be able to give us more input on it. Then we have got less participation of women in trading chain, I have already said, and poor logistic, making it unpopular among youth. So this is something. Then next we come to opportunity. This is, as I have said, the digital literacy. This is very interesting, which we found. We generally say कि वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वोमेन कहाँ उस पहाड़ के अंदर उनके पास मोबाइल होगा, कहाँ कनेक्टिविटी होगा, ऐसा नहीं है. It's a wrong interpretation. They have mobile and they are very expert in it, using it. If not the mother, the children you will see. That's how we went for FGDs, and so all the time, children, young girls, they are doing something or the another, and they all have smart. Not all, I cannot say all, but I found mostly 20% of the women who were participating there, they are okay with they know about the smartphone and to deal about it. They know कि ऐसे वीडियो अपलोड कर सकते हैं, पॉट के ऊपर बहुत खाने की चीज बनता है, देखो ये बना रहे हैं, ऐसे बनाते हैं. They know, मतलब they see all these things. So it is something which we find that digital literacy में open mindedness है, they can take it. And then we find that there's a processing, processed pork items, because young generation की choice, the choice which they have shown, we find that they have huge preference for processing and product processing and waste management and treatment. This day secondary data is also telling about it. Our Mehak sir was also telling about the huge prospect of trade. Southeast Asian countries se hamare paas, we have got a lot of trade prospects. So that is something which we can add on an opportunity. And threat is a losing batch of pig due to breakout of virus. And this is mostly, as you have seen, for the vaccination issue might be. And also some specific method which is not been followed. And there's a huge import of pork from other North Indian states. This is also, as I was telling, that I have talked to Gadwasu. We had been to Gadwasu and we met a successful business person in this, and we have seen the massive way they are trading, massive. And the diversification, we have actually got a paper published on his success story and the case study. And our students from E-Cell, Entrepreneurship Cell, has presented this case study on on the International Conference of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which was conducted in Amity University. Now we come to roadmap ahead. After finding so many things, now what is our plan, or what did we came out in the brainstorming session, which was conducted in NRCP, and a galaxy of scientists actually guided us from NRCP, who are actually the champion in working on pig marketing. So they gave us some guidelines, including our all co-partners, and we together actually framed out that this can be a possible guidelines, and which can be topped up on the basis of your valuable inputs. So we thought of following a cluster development for doubling women farmers' income, because nowadays we see most of the literature and others, we say that they find a cluster development project in which we planned to make a group cluster of 30 women we have planned. We have our economics expert faculty members also with us. So it will be great, sir, madam, if you also give your input. So we planned that 30 women sets we will be making, and this 30 women set will be, might be from, we prefer to make it and make an FPO, from FPO, Farmers Producers Organization. So mostly we have taken that only from an FPO, organized FPO, which is already there, Farmers Producers Organization. We selected 30 people, and there is a process by which we have selected them. Suppose we made a form in which women filled up their form, that on what kind of things they are more interested into. Because suppose I'm interested in processing, so she might not be interested in digital things. So we are thinking that the 30 women set will be expertised in different group, and that different group I'm telling you. The first information is that skill enhancement program, which we are conducting, capacity building program, and which I have shown already. Assam is conducting that field, and Nagaland is also conducting, and field school, in which they are training women on digital market literacy. And in the last session from 4 o'clock, you will get to see the app designing process, in which we have framed an app, and that is totally from Amity University. It is getting structured from the Amity Institute of Innovation and Design. They are framing it, and it is something like that. Both the buyers and sellers will be it's an e-business platform. For example, जैसे हमारी क्या नाम है तुम लोग का जो बाजार करते हो, क्या नाम बोलते हैं? हाँ, नहीं, कुछ trade, OLX. It's like OLX sort of thing, this. You will be telling that these are the specification of my product, and the other side will be telling it's not price, money will not be transferred through that app, because it has got other issue. So only information will be shared. Both party will be able to say through a map how far it is there, and they will be telling they want to get 5 kilo of this, 10 kilo. So this is an information platform which we are designing. You will be having an extension session on it. So then we have got the entrepreneurial skill development, that within that 30 women, a section will be trained on digital market literacy, that is how to handle app and how to give orders and this kind of things, who will further pass on the information and knowledge to the others. ऐसे हम सबको सब चीज नहीं सिखा सकते. We cannot teach everything to everybody, because we won't be able to measure the outcome then. So that's why we thought that within this 30 women, as the choice they have shown, based on that 3 to 5 women, maximum 3 to 5 women will be trained for, suppose, digital marketing literacy, in which she will be expert in koi bhi issues group mein ho in that village, some issues they are having in app, or they want to know more, she will contact this 3 lady or this 4 women. Then we go to entrepreneurial skill. This is obviously, we cannot expect that within 4 months, 5 months, we will actually develop 3 entrepreneurs directly. So we are giving a hand holding to those women who are specifically already into it or have shown interest in this and starting their own business. So we are hand holding them on giving financial information or other loan facility and all. Then we come to livestock management, innovative way how to incorporate livestock waste, and occupational. This is something which is in much on detail, the 6th area which I was telling. So the first group among the 30 women, they will be trained on digital sensitizations. Then number 2 is on scientific pig production, because from our findings, we have found out that major part of women, they don't follow any scientific process for which the death or the mortality rate is very high. because the passing of the scientific, there is a passing of diseases are very high, and it passes from human being to animals. So those information and those awareness will be done to a group of people who will be, we plan that we will be giving them certified pig bandhu. So it is something like that. They will be getting, they, after they do the training to know that these are the steps which are to be followed, they will get a certification. And with that certification, they will be able to get a income source also, it can be, because they are now paravets sort of thing, because they know how to basically treat, not treat, they suppose by looking at the animal that what kind of sickness it has. So by per visit they can chart that. We did not put in our project, but we have this future vision that this, among this 30 lady, the people, the women who will be getting themselves trained as pig bandhu in future, they can earn from it by giving their expert. Suppose their pig is suffering from deworming, worms. Now she will be taught that what are the basic things. Generally we have it for goat, for cows, everything we have. For pig we don't have. So if I'm not wrong, then NRCP can correct me. Then the third point is that most probably it is something which we have, after brainstorming only we zeroed it down. Then number 3 is biosecurity and waste management. This area also we came up very significantly after Gadvasu discussion, that biosecurity measurements are not been taken up. Then we have got financial market literacy. Our financial market experts are sitting next to me, who has done research work on financial market. And so that's very, very essential. And enterprise and business model. And then we have packaging and processing. So these are the 6 areas in which we have planned to train women. And and to train this, there are field schools which are getting conducted from Assam, from Nagaland also. In fact, district, they are doing the same thing. Meghalaya will also start it very shortly. So this is the order of event. I do not want to go very much in detail. We have used this process actually to select those 30 ladies. Selection of the rural district. Number 2, identification of the FPO. Number 3, common session of training on all activities. Number 4, formation of cluster of 30 women. First of all, we have taken a common session, and from that 30 women were chosen on the basis of their interest. So this is a very simple waste management framework which was done, based on where we have grouped that agent, operational activity, deliverables and outcome, where economic benefits and social benefits were zeroed down. So this is something which is still in the process, and we are working on it, and we need to, we will be developing it further. But this is majorly producer is one side, entrepreneur is the another side, and there is a linking between the handholding from the central government, state government, and the institutionals from the FPO. This is the basic flowchart which we can think, and how we will be doing through awareness campaign. And entrepreneurs will be specifically will be guided to reduce, reuse, waste management things, and then commercializations, and all this finally leading to economic benefit and social benefit. So I'm about to complete. That's all. Thank you so much. It's a 12:30, and now I would request our organizers to please. Nutun Kaushik madam wants to tell something, madam. She's a panelist on. पुनीत सर, आप कौशिक मैडम को एक बार पैनलिस्ट कर दीजिएगा, क्योंकि कुछ इनपुट देना है. मैडम इज वेरी शी इज अ member of our university review committee member, and huge experience and projects, especially in agriculture, national and international. Mostly she works in international area. Now may I request our organizer to please come forward and take our sessions further by the time Nutun Kaushik madam is getting connected, please. Very quick.
We have with us today an esteemed panel of professionals to give their valuable policy suggestions for way forward and key comments. We would like to introduce Dr. Vivek Gupta, Animal Science Division, ICAR, He has obtained MVSc and PhD in veterinary immunology from Indian Veterinary Research Institute, Izatnagar. He has done his postdoctorate from University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. He has worked on research projects related to animal health through improved detection and prevention of diseases, especially Brucella melitensis. He was involved in the development of new vaccines, vaccine delivery systems, diagnostics, host pathogen interactions, antimicrobial resistance, pathogen detection, epidemiology of the animal disease, and disease control strategies. On behalf of Dr. Vivek Gupta, we have with us Dr. N.H. Mohan and Dr. Misha Mahadevan to convey his thoughts and comments. I now request Dr. N.H. Mohan and Dr. Misha Mahadevan to convey his thoughts and comments.
We would also like to introduce Dr. Shiv Kumar, Principal Scientist, National Center for Agricultural Economics and Policy Research. The NSAP is a premier agricultural economics research institution of India. It was established in 1991 with a view to strengthen agricultural economics research through integration of economics input in planning, designing, enhancing the competence in agricultural policy analysis. Dr. Shiv Kumar has immense experience in the field of agricultural research as the principal scientist of NCAP. Now, I would like Dr. Shiv Kumar, sir, to come and give his suggestions. Okay.
I would request Mohan sir, Misha madam, and Shiv Kumar sir to actually give their comments and give the areas in which we can improvise further. So may I request Misha madam and Mohan sir and Shiv Kumar sir to please switch on their camera. We can't see you. Shiv Kumar sir hai?
Shiv Kumar, he's there.
So glad to see you, sir. I'm so glad. I know that you are so busy and you are known for your vast experience in, especially in agriculture economic research. So it's our privilege that you gave your time. So now may I request, sir, and Misha madam and Mohan sir, please give your comments. Shiv Kumar sir, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. But I have seen.
Shiv Kumar sir, we can't see you. You know.
Actually, no, my this video is not working.
It's all right. It's all right. Thank you so much.
So I am listening the presentation of this project since morning from the very beginning, and I have seen that MIT University team has done a lot of work. They have done very sound empirical works, and they have also given some highlights on qualitative aspects also. So I'm glad to see the research outcome coming from MIT University because the university is now, I think, working on very sound scientific research footing. So team is good. People are, I think, very brilliant spark, and I'm seeing that a lot of students are also involved in this gathering. So that biggest challenge in this project that MIT team has dealt with is first one is to mapping the pig value chain. They have mapped the pig value chain in nice way, and they have quantified the cost benefits margins of stakeholders at every nodes of value chains. And they have, using this sound regression analysis, they have identified drivers in value chains and determine factors for promoting value chains. So nice work they have done. Besides this, they have taken up key challenges and somewhere highlighted in quantitative forms that how these key challenges significantly affect or improve competitiveness and sustainability of value chains. So nice work. At least I am very glad to see the way the project has gone ahead and people have shown their brilliance in this research area. So in general, my comments will be on one important aspect that is biosafety of animals and health concern of consumers. That will be my suggestions line. So in general, there are three main objectives of value chain analysis, especially from a risk assessment point of view. So here, first objective in the majority of the value chains uh, with respect to risk analysis is to identify the main people in the value chain. And the second is to identify the different routes of pigs and map the different routes to market the pig and its products. And third one is to assess how well the marketing chain works. So I think this project has done good work on these lines. So up to this extent, I think they have covered and so uh, they have taken up the value chains up to some specific geography that is northeast India. So pig value chains may go up to local area, it may go up to several districts or several states, and it may be also for international boundary. It may cover also international boundary means international value chains. So big questions here from my side is that how to integrate pig value chain with disease risk management. So main focus of my talk is on mapping of pig value chain and how to carry out risk assessment just to identify the disease risk hotspots in value chain. My suggestion will be that this MIT team has to develop a structured comprehensive framework, the sorts of experience they have, that framework should be based on practical field application approaches. They have done extensive surveys, so they have a lot of informations, and based on that, they have to prepare. Once they prepare this framework, then they will develop some sorts of metrics. So the features of this framework for risk analysis could be just one is that identification of hazards they have highlighted somewhere in big value chains means that probability of happening of an event. It means that value chain may be prone to introduction of pathogens or pathogen organ at any point at any node in value chain. And second, maybe that identification of specific risk pathways through which pathways this pathogen has entered into, and describe the main factors affecting the risk probability at each step of the risk pathways. And third point may be that once we have identified the entry of pathogens and the path, then third point comes that rate the risk on different pathways. That should be done by experts. So you have to take the help of experts. Since you are already identified the training institutes, experts are available there. So you take care of this. So identification of risk hotspots in big meat value chain. Major risk factors may cover under four major concern of area. One may be disease introduction to value chain area. Second may be exposure of pig to disease. Third may be spread of disease within the value chain or to the customers. And fourth point may be spread of disease to other areas, district or geographies. So it starts the entry of pathogen exposure spread within value chain and spread across areas. So each identified risk factors need to be rated by experts on two major dimensions. One is likelihood of risk factors causing unwanted outcome. And second may be impact of unwanted outcome. Impact of unwanted outcome means that deterioration in quality of meat, or it may affect the health of animal. These ratings need to be put in the form of risk matrix. Once you teach or train the women involved in pig farming, you have to prepare a risk matrix, and in that you will find risk factors. Some risk factors may be very high, some may be low, some may be medium. So based on this, several risk factors could be identified. Just a few, one or couple of I will highlight, just like transportation of animals for long distance without health certificate. Another may be absence of cleaning and disinfection of vehicles by aggregators and traders and sub-traders after each trip. Next may be lack of hygienic practices and retail outlets, and another may be lack of measures for check of pathogens in meat for domestic consumptions, and another may be use of contaminated meat cutting wooden slab. You will find this, this slab is there, they cut the meat on that, and that may be wooden. So some people know that there is some problem in some contamination, but what should be the standard practices just to prevent the entry of contamination in meat? So there are different production systems. We know that some production systems may be small, large, or commercial. So these metrics framework may differ as per prevailing production systems. So need is here to identify the risk hotspots along the value chains. So the process of metrics preparation needs to be validated. Again, once you prepare this matrix, it needs to be validated by experts. Let them give their opinion and correct it. So once validated, then go for identification of risk hotspots. So once you will teach this template using this matrix to women who are involved in pig farming, definitely they will get a very good glimpse that what you want to say and how they can take good lessons from you. So now these hotspots of risk are points. Once we have identified, now these are the points for interventions to mitigate health concerns, especially from consumption of meat. So this shows the importance of adopting value chain approach in disease risk mitigation by identifying some structural deficiencies and vulnerabilities. So once we have this, where the value chain is weak or it is vulnerable to risk, once we identify these points, then accordingly we can explore our options, what sorts of institutions we should have, what sorts of technology or technological modules we can uh, implement, and what sorts of policy or suggestion measures need to be put in place just to make this value chain more robust, resilient, and transparent. So this is my point regarding a few additional points, that gender mainstreaming in pig value chain, since the project is solely about oriented towards women only. So gender mainstreaming is in pig is very important. So because once you will give training to women farmers, some research in pig shows that if the woman is taking care of pigs, then there are less chances of falling ill. yeah, sickness is less if woman takes care of pigs. This literature is available. So it means that there may be some motherly instinct just to taking care of pigs. Yeah, this is there. So that is a good focus of your project. And next point is that these women's farmers who are involved in pig farming, they should be put in some group forms, action forms, and group action approach is most important here. And you may take benefits of some award schemes for these self-help groups or some liability joint group. So this NABARD is there. You may act as a facilitator, or you may rope in some NGO non-state actors just to promote group actions and how to take benefits of NABARD schemes. And once these women are there, just you ask from women only that from your group 20 women, 30 women, 10 women, just you give one or two women whom you think the most competent or appropriate or want to learn more, just to get idea that from each group you will get a very good cluster of women who are really interested to learn these training. And some just like paravet, these women need to be trained. And once they are trained, then they need to be certified by state government. Some certificate need to be assessed to these paravet women. Once this is there, then things will propagate automatically, and your job initially would be tough, but later on will gain momentum. So that's my points. Thanks, Mahua.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable input, because, and I will really be in touch with you to frame this, the specific metrics which you are talking about the health hazard metrics you told me when I physically also went to NCAB. And I'd really like to take one appointment from you and get into it, because this lot of contributions on this line is going on in research field, and we can really go for it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yesterday, Mahua, I got published one paper on this line.
Oh.
So I will send that paper to you. Already matrix is prepared.
Sure, sir. Please send so that we can further work out with the Northeast states also, and we'll work together for a publication. Thank you so much, sir. I know, sir, your lot of publications flooded with. When I told my students that what did you get from Shiv Kumar sir? Shiv Kumar sir ka to khali paper hi paper. Bole, haan, I know that. He has got huge contribution. So it's my privilege, sir, to be in the board, and we will be in touch with you so that you can contribution. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
To present further comments, I would like to now invite Dr. Mohan and Dr. Madhavan.
Ma'am, shall I proceed?
Sure, Misha. So nice to, because Misha madam is the one who is actually working on field. And there are many things which we can tell in the closed room, and we should do this and we should do that. But Misha madam will be actually able to say under the guidance of Gupta sir that what exactly is happening in the field and what more we need to do. And thank you so much, Misha madam, for your presence. And may I know what Gupta sir would like us to really work out and do further in this project. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. And Mohan sir will join later. He is presently attending another important meeting, so he will give his remarks later. Ma'am, I would, first of all, I would like to share our experience in working in the field for the capacity development of the tribal women, for promoting them to be a part of the pork marketing chain. So I would like to say that we have started a piggery farmer field school, which is one of the pioneering attempt in the field of piggery, because in India, as far as now in our knowledge, no such farmer field schools are organized. So it were mainly that farmer field school concept was started way back for the crops, mainly for the pest management, for the integrated pest management. That concept was started first of all, and under the guidelines of FAO. I think you know that FAO gave guidelines for the activities. So they have the guidelines for small livestock animals, how to organize the farmer field school. So all over the world, there are many kind of farmer field school programs are going on under different crops and animals. Also in India, we have organized under ICR also, we have organized many, but in the case of piggery, this is the first attempt. So what in field, what we are actually going to do is, we have already started this 6-month program. So under this concept, actually farmer field school concept, it should be covering the full production cycle. So considering the project time period and all the available resources, we have chosen a time frame of 6 months. And in these 6 months, we are training a group of tribal women. We have selected 25 ladies. They are tribal women from one village known as Barmura from Kamrub rural district. And we are 6 months, we are giving continuous training program, that is per month, mainly two training programs we are organizing in the field. So the concept of farmer field school is that we are organizing the school without any walls. It is a kind of informal education what we are doing. So we are going to the field, and in the field settings we are training them so that they can adopt some of the scientific practices and get empowered themselves, and they can fetch good income also. So that as I am also part of the team, and also now I am representing our institute, I would like to say that we hope this kind of training program will surely bring some impact among those ladies. And we are also trying to promote entrepreneurship among them. We have invited some outside experts also, and all the scientists from our institute are acting as master trainers. So under this concept, we have selected some leaders also among the group, and they are known as felicitators, and they will share the knowledge between them. And agro-ecosystem analysis is also one of the part of this farmer field school, in which they will assess what all are the resources they have at present. So coming to piggery, how many of them have the shed? Mainly they are practicing in backyard system. So only few of them have pig shed, others are rearing in the open spaces. So what all are the resources they have, they will enlist those things. That is done in the agro-ecosystem analysis part. And also we are doing some comparative experiments also. So we are introducing some technologies like artificial insemination technology, which we already mentioned before. So those kind of technologies we are introducing to them. And also we are doing some demonstrations also in the field as part of this capacity building program. We are doing demonstrations on silage making from vegetable waste, tapioca tubers. So these are the low cost feed materials from which the farmers can feed the pig. So they cannot depend on the market feed like the Godrej feed, all those are available. But it will cost nearly 60 to 70%. The feed cost will come up to nearly 60 to 70% of the total cost of production. So we are trying to minimize that. And we are also introducing some successful women entrepreneurs to them. We already introduced few, so that they can come in that line, how they can get a FSSAI license and how they can start with the minimum machineries. Like they can have 2-3 basic machineries, so that they can start in with the low investment and later they can expand. So that kind of activities we are doing at field presently under this project. And this is the one important point which I thought to inform you all, because the concept of farmer field school might be new to many of the students also. So this is one way of informal education. As my discipline is extension, so we do the transfer of technologies to the field and we will assess the impact later. So another important aspect which I want to mention is regarding the biosecurity measures, because in the sector, in this project, I hope, madam, we will also give some policy recommendations in our final report, that how biosecurity measures should be strong enough in the field, because the small holders, they don't have much resources to implement much of the biosecurity measures as the commercial farmers, those who are having the commercial breeding units. So we will introduce what the small holders can perform, what are the biosecurity measures, and we will put forward and the policy recommendation also, what all are the things they have to implement, because nowadays so many emerging and transboundary diseases are coming for pigs. The main one is recently the African swine fever. You might have heard from the previous speakers also. Recently, it was not an endemic disease, but recently it came from the foreign countries to our place, along with COVID, as in the same line as how COVID came to our country. Like that, African swine fever was also came in 2020 only, and it led to a huge loss. We have published recently one paper on the economic consequences of African swine fever also. So that things also can be a part of our project, because then only we can make them enter into the pork marketing chain without producing good quality piglets or without producing healthy animals that producers cannot contribute much in the value chain. So how the producers will be efficiently contributing into the value chain? So for that, we will put some guidelines on biosecurity aspects also. So another thing which I want to mention is regarding the empowerment of rural women, and so many frameworks are available. So we will try to find out what our we will analyze our data, and we will find out where the major drawbacks are there, and we will form a framework also for how we can empower them, the rural women, so that they can get maximum profit out of the pig farming. Then another important point which I want to mention is about the export guidelines of pork. The ICAR NRC on pig recently worked for developing an export guidelines, and that we have worked with APEDA, and that will be, it's not published yet, it will be published soon. So Dr. Thomas from our institute, he is looking after that. So that is the another thing, what all are the export guidelines. So that's another important point. Then the other thing what I want to mention is regarding the aggregation of the small holders. So we know that there are large number of small holders, but that sector is it is unorganized, in an unorganized way. So we can give much importance to the farmer producer organization. So nowadays, much emphasis is given to farmer producer organization by the government of India, like 10,000 FPOs the government is trying to form in the agricultural sector. So in that also, we can form some FPOs specifically for the pig farmers. So in that, we can include the small holders, so that they can come together, and they can contribute in the value addition. So ma'am, I think we can put forward that also as a policy recommendation, how the importance of FPOs, that is the farmer producer organization, can contribute for the involvement of the small holders into the value chain, so that if they come together, they can purchase the inputs in bulk, and that's the way of reducing the cost of production. And also they can sell the produce, they can find new markets, so the transportation cost will also reduce, and they can start their own processing unit, they can form their own brand. So that is another important aspect of marketing. So how we can involve the small holders into the marketing chain, that the FPOs is one of the important aspect of that. And all these are the some of the major points which I want to mention. I hope you have you got some insights from this, and thank you, Dr. Mahua ma'am, for this chance. And Mohan sir will share his remarks later. Now he's attending another meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Misha ma'am. It is the energy of our students, I think, which made you fully charged, and you very organized way. You have given all the points so nicely. I'm so thankful to you, because you actually work in field, and your comment really matters to us. So I would because I think Nutun madam wanted to say something. Do I have Nutun madam? Nutun madam, do you want to add on some points or wanted some clarification? As you are now panelist, you can talk. We can hear you. By the time madam joins, I think Shiv Kumar sir is also there and Misha madam is also there and our other panelist has also joined, though the session will be post lunch, but we will be listening to them in a very detailed way. We will be getting a very detailed explanation from them, what they wanted to give and their input. But because we kept a little bit of time for question and answer, because, at the end of the day, it is the young generation, it is for the students which we have, the knowledge transfer is going on, the process. So now I open the session for the question answer. If our students have got any question, we have very selective because we are following the protocol of COVID. So we couldn't call all our students. They're already joining as an attendees who can write their question. So in the chat box, which we can take the question. And in addition to it, the students who are here, they can ask questions on the basis of the inputs which our experts has given, the findings which we have shown. And I would request Misha madam, and if it is directly to the project work, we will be answering. Shiv Kumar sir can also answer if it is specifically on framework and on theoretical structures or something. So it's open for the to the house for the question and answer session. So may I request students to please ask questions?
Attendees, if you have any questions, you can write those in the chat box. And those of you who are present here, ask the questions on the mic.
Okay, hello panelists, hello everyone. So my name is Paul Joseph, and my question is directed to the ideology of women not being able to actually start with trading and start in the supply chain itself as the members of the supply chain. Is it because of the the initial cost or the startup cost that is involved? And is there anything that indicates towards it and against it? That's a question.
So thank you so much, Joseph, for your question. I think if I'm not wrong, your question is like this, that why women are not into the startup. That's something, it is the cost matter or it's a cultural matter, something like that?
Yes, ma'am. Not exactly, ma'am. So as it was mentioned in the while presenting it, that one of the weakness is women.
They are not into the trading.
Yeah, they're not into trade, even though they know about it. Is it specifically is market, and then is it because they don't have enough sufficient funds for it, or is it especially directed towards the ideology of the culture that women can't work?
I would really like the experts, specifically Mahek Singh sir is there from Nagaland, and Misha madam is there from Assam, and Kedriwal sir also is there from Meghalaya, because it is said that Meghalaya is a matriarchal society, and Nagaland and Assam has got a mixed culture, both tribals and non-tribals are there. So the question is something like that. I hope if Misha ma'am, if you can respond to it, that why women do not get into the trade. Is it the money thing which matters, or it is the cultural thing which matters, or what is the thing that they know everything and but they are not into the trading? So can you take that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam.
Okay, money, it is one of the major factor, but along with that, the other important factor is that they are not educated much. As they are the living in the tribal ecosystem, the education of these tribal women, many of them are illiterate and many of them have studied below class 10th. So they don't have much knowledge regarding what is going in the world and what all are the government initiatives to support the women, and whether they will get any subsidies or whether they will get any help from the government if they are going into entrepreneurship. So that kind of information is lacking with them. They are not much aware about all those things. So that we have started from the capacity development aspect at first. So first we have to make them aware about all those things, how they can get better income, because pig farming is what they have practiced traditionally from years. Many of them are doing from their childhood. They are seeing it in their house that they are rearing 1 or 2 pigs traditionally, but they don't have that scientific knowledge. So along with money, scientific knowledge is also another important aspect. And of course there are cultural barriers existing, because many of them are not allowed to take decision in their family. Mainly their some of them have, but mainly the male counterparts usually take the decision on marketing, where to sell the product and from where to purchase the input. So that decision making part also lacking in Assam, I can say. And another important aspect is they are shy, that they are not ready to go to the market, or they are not ready to sell their product, all those things, because all this come around the woman empowerment only, different dimensions of woman empowerment, I can say. So along with the economic or financial factors, some cultural factors are also there, and also that educational factors also there. So I think the answer is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
ma'am.
much, Misha madam.
I think we have one more question.
Yeah, but I would just like to add Joseph's point, because the thing is that only women, generally what happens in the backyard farming, women thinks ki if I go for trading, who will cook, who will take care of my father-in-law? My father-in-law is not well. Husband will come back from the market after from 2 o'clock. Who will give food to him? My mother-in-law is not keeping well. I have to take care of her. So these issues are there, actually, for which they know everything, that if they will go to trading, they will be able to earn more and everything they know. But practically jana, ghar ko chhod ke aana, it's not easy task for them. My children will come back from school at 2 o'clock. How will I go to market? It's an impractical thing. And we cannot tell her in this point. Remember, Hema madam must be there. She was a director at that time from National Institute of Agriculture Management. Now she is in National Institute of Cooperative Management. She gave me one line. तुम क्यों इसको फोर्स करने जा रहे हो कि तुम मार्केट जाओ? मुझे मार्केट नहीं जाना. I don't want to go. So that's why in capacity building, we try to bring market in at our home through digital platform. At least आप digital platform में आप खुद physically नहीं जाना चाहते हो, लेकिन मेरे पास I can outsource not outsource, I can give my information that these are the availability, I can go for it. And at home, if something can be produced, I can go for it. But physically going to trading is difficult for them. At this point of time, we can't force them. This is the point. So that's why we are taking the help of digital marketing. Thank you so much, Joseph, for your smart question. These students are mostly from ECell, so they're thinking in that line. And most welcome for business in Northeast. You can see that. Lot of funding. You have seen, and especially 30% extra milta hai, 30, 25 for Northeast states. So yeah, Hedrick, welcome other students also for questions. Yeah.
Just a follow-up question. Is that the women don't want to go, or is it that they can't go to the markets?
It's just that they don't have time. They have the willingness, but they just don't. So they can do anything that is in-house. Yes, because they have multiple things to manage at a particular point of time. And going to the market, being a hilly region, it is far off. So it's like a day's task, which the butcher would do, or the retail person would do. So they would just give away the pig and get the money, because they have 10 other things to do as well. So that it's not that they're not willing, but they don't have the the freedom. Not even the free, they have the freedom. Yeah, it's not feasible for them. Yes, it's not feasible.
Thank you, ma'am. I think
may I add something?
Ma'am, my question is on the same.
Excuse me, Nanchi. I think one of the panelists wants.
Yeah. May I add something? Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
See, the literature says that if the pig farming size is very less, 2 or 3 or 4 pigs at home, women participation is maximum. And as the size goes up, become commercial pig farming, share of women goes down substantially. And the male who is looking after family, his role becomes prominent. So this is general practice throughout the world. But problem is that their market is not organized. Pig market is not well organized, and information asymmetry is there. That is killing bargaining power of women in pig farming. So through training, through education, and through some policy or institutional measures, this change can be brought out. So that's all.
Thank you so much, sir. Yanchi, your question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So my question is on the same lines as you have said that you had the 6-month program where you're training women. So as you have mentioned that the first thing that we have to go through is that changing the mindset of the women. So this is the first thing that we have to do. Just, infiltrate that we have to improve and not only focus on the production part of the job. So, ma'am, the thing is, like, as we can see in another example, like midday meals. So the students were not coming before, and the government introduced midday meals to welcome students, and the students can come. So, are the women coming willingly to these schools, or do you have to provide some kind of incentives to them for them to come here?
What a smart question, Lianshi. And Misha की तो जैसे दुखती नस पे हाथ रख दिया Lianshi ने. Because this is something which Misha constantly said, that because we in our project we did not had extension and we could not give fund, or we do not have any incentive for the women, they did not wanted to join, they did not wanted to attend. And Misha will tell me the fact. Misha repeatedly calls me and says, Madam, you can see that we planned 30, but we had to come down with 25 in Assam because. So Misha, Madam, will please tell and highlight some and point on it.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, I would like to say that first we planned at a village called Nakuchi in the same development block, Regia, under Kamrup Rural District. So we have organized one awareness program at first there. We have within the limited contingency fund, I have supplied some minimum inputs to them to encourage them for the participation. And after that, I have collected the baseline data also from nearly 30 women in that group. And after assessing the data, we have selected 25 based on the education and all those who have a smartphone for the digital literacy program and all those things. We have selected nearly 25. And we have conducted them again after 1 or 2 weeks, and we have asked that we will go for this 6-month program. So you may have to come for monthly twice for this program. And what they have replied, among those 30, I can say that only 3 or 4 were really interested for going for that. The others, what they have replied is like, if my neighbor is doing, then I will also come. If my friend will come, then I will join her, because they are very weak in decision making, and they are literally they are very much shy they don't want to expose much to the outside people. Like that I have felt. Basically, I'm not from Assam, I'm from Kerala. So this is what I felt at first. Then after that, I thought it will not work here. Then I really wanted to do something in the field. So I thought I will change the village. There may be some other groups who are really interested to get this training. So we have conducted some progressive farmers, some key informants from other village, and we have shifted that village. We didn't organize any further program there. So we have organized only one program there, and we have shifted to another village. But fortunately, I should say that those group, they are very interested. In that group also, we have selected the 25 because in farmer field school concept, the maximum allowed number is 25. So, ma'am, there is a correction that we may get 30 in that another village, but we didn't take because in the farmer field school guidelines, FAO is saying the maximum participant should be 25. Otherwise, it will not be much effective. So I took only 25 women who are really interested. And in the meanwhile, that they are the participants of some members of some self-help groups. So they're the members of 3-4 self-help groups. So they have connection in between. They used to go for the meetings and they are much better than the previous group. So that is
Nisha
the
ma'am,
main thing.
is it because there is already a success story in that region?
No, no, ma'am. No, there is no success story. Actually, we called one person from another district, which is very far away, to just introduce. And I should say that we didn't provide any incentives to them. Till now, I didn't.
Motivated, na?
No, I didn't provide them any incentives. I just, in the first meeting, I have just tried to motivate them by telling that after the 6 months, what will you are going to gain, how much knowledge you will gain. And I have also, we are trying to club with another programs also, but somehow it's not happened till now. So some minimal inputs we purchased from contingency, like to give some sanitary, like some mask or sanitizer, some small kind of things. Also, I have purchased some mineral mixture also with the contingency fund, but it's very minimal. It's not because of these incentives they are coming. They really wish to learn and they really wish to start. So these both side of the coin, I could see in Assam, both sides of the coin were there. Those who are interested were also there. Those who are not willing were also there. That's all. Thank you.
We have got a question now. I hope the organizer can read out the question. It's there that how the impact of the training. Yeah.
Yes.
Please read out the question. It's from.
We have a question from one of the attendees. So the question is, ma'am, can you also please share the impact of the training on the mindset and in lives of the rural women? Panelists, ma'am.
I would request our co-partner, co-PI, Sir Mehak Singh, sir, to please enlighten us in this line, how the training is helping, because in Nagaland also the similar, sir is there? I saw him, he was there. Because in fact district, he is also conducting such kind of schools. And what, yeah, thank you so much, sir. So, sir, there is a question for you, I think. Our students wants to know whether this training is changing the mindset of, isn't it? Whether
Yes.
the,
So can you also please share the impact of the training on the mindset and in lives of the rural women?
Yeah, this is very question of $1,000. Huh? So changing the mindset. Once we were discussing it with our team, that what impact does our training have on the field level. So the discussion, it emerged out that if we train 100% and if we can change the mindset of one person, that is more than enough for us. Particularly in the rural area, we are training. See, the day before yesterday, what I was mentioning, that we were having a very big stakeholder meeting at our center. So the one director of horticulture, he was telling that everyone is trained in Nagaland for the different activities. But the thing is that when it comes for the things to implement on the ground, that to do the things, it is very difficult, because other things we have to see in the scenario, whether to change the mindset to start a business, the enabling environment is there or not in the particular state. We don't have road, we don't have marketing infrastructure, we don't have capital infusions. So simply providing training, the people want to go for the things, but they don't have the other inputs. They don't have the feed, they don't have the germplasm. So the impact of training, we cannot assess in isolation. It has to be seen in a complete package. What the other things is there, then only we can see the impact assessment of the training. Otherwise, it is very difficult things to assess the trainings particularly in the Nagaland. Dr. Misa will be able to give the better answer of this question. I think she is from social background. So
Mehak Singh sir is very right, because there are other issues also in our findings. Also, it came out, Aditya, in Nagaland specifically, the transport came out to be a very important factor as a cost influencing factor. है ना? Nagaland में आया ना? So factor analysis when we have done, so that's what Maxing sir is telling, that Nagaland everybody got trained. Either horticulture में किसी चीज में training है, but to implement the infrastructure support, the other things need those changes. I think Misha madam was telling that first of all she took one village where it didn't work. Then in the second village it did work. Misha madam, I would personally, want to know, as a scientist, what difference did you find in social system in these two village? What different was there in the first one and in the second one? Did we had already a successful story in second one, something like that, or what kind of things? Thank you so much, Mehak Singh sir. Misha madam, you can go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to add that because no such success story we couldn't find, as we didn't go for any baseline survey of all the farmers in those two villages. So we don't have that data to compare whether there is any factors which is affecting their mindset. Maybe it is with the personal attributes also. Maybe the ladies whom we are training. And corresponding to this question, that can you also share the impact of the training on the mindset? Sure, I say surely we can see the change in their mindset. And now we are going to organize the 4th class, ma'am, tomorrow. That is the 4th program will be held tomorrow, and we are planning to do some demonstration. In the first class, what I could observe that we have reached the venue, ma'am, at 11 o'clock, and we gave them the timing 11 o'clock. I took some experts from our institute, and I could find that nobody is there. Even the place is locked. So I thought, what should I say to my expert from our institute, that nobody arrived on time and I have planned for such a great meeting. Then our SRFs, they were called one by one and they were asking, and what reply we could obtain is that it was the Bihu season, ma'am. Actually 2-3 days before that Bihu festival, we have planned the program. Is as I am from outside Assam, I was not aware that Bihu is so much important for them. They might not be able to attend even 2-3 days back also. So that kind of things we can see in the villages. And after 1, 2, 3, after these programs, I can see a constant, they are improving day by day. They are very eager. They're attending the classes. Even they are trying to note the important points, and they are asking some question. And what happened in the first class, what the expert have taught them, in the second class some another expert is coming and asking some question, and I could find very happily that they are able to answer that question. Even though it is related to scientific knowledge, they could able to answer it correctly. So that gave immense satisfaction of working in the field. And all these things I want to share, ma'am. That's all.
Mahua ma'am,
Yes sir. Sir, please.
may I add something in this?
Sure, sir.
एक्चुअली क्या है, ये ICR में ट्रेनिंग होती है बहुत ज़्यादा DDG एजुकेशन के तहत. And they asked these questions to me that what is the impact of this training on performance of participants. So it means they are coming here for 10 days, 20 days, and then leaving the institutes and staying in their own villages. So we have to track them, what they are doing after getting this knowledge, just to see the impact. So I found that around 2 to 3% of the participants really they are doing good. Means their nature decides extent of acceptance of knowledge. If they are entrepreneurial nature, definitely they will work more. If they are just coming for food enjoyment, passing time, not performing well. So it depends on personal attributes. If the participants want to learn more, definitely impact will be very good. And if they are latent, then impact will be less. Moreover, one experience I would like to share that one Uttarakhand, Pithoragarh district, that one project was there. So I was a third party evaluator of that project. So I went there personally, and that was a women group. So different institutes, Pantnagar Institute and others, they have imparted training to these women self-help groups. Just to learn what they have learned, just I have to put down something in documents also, impact of training on self-help groups. So interesting thing was that one lady whose husband died and two children were there and unable to survive in that environment. She came to that group that I want to join this group. She was not having field land or animals, only labor she can provide. So that was very terrible situation. Then they asked that you can't contribute anything here since this is agriculture based training. Then she said that you let me join this group. I will clean, मैं सफाई कर दूंगी, आपकी बर्तन धो दूंगी, आप ऐसा कर दूंगी. I want to join this. उस लड़की ने ज्वाइन किया और उसमें इतनी चसक थी सीखने की, वो वहाँ की बेस्ट, ये कहते हैं ना प्रसाद है इसका, जो ये 4 धाम चलता है, क्या ये एक प्रसाद है वहां पर, चौड़ाई का प्रसाद, हाँ. तो उसकी ट्रेनिंग ली उसने और वो बनाया. उसके बाद क्या हुआ, वो प्रोडक्शन काफी हो गया. एंड दैट लेडी वाज लीडर इन दैट ग्रुप. शी वाज ट्रेनर ऑफ अदर लेडीज, अदर सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स. और उसको डीसी से मिल करके, जो ये 4 धाम के पंडित लोग हैं, मंदिरों में बैठते हैं, उनसे टाई अप करवाया. भाई कुछ ऐसा मैसेज डालिए, अगर भगत इस चौड़ाई के लाडू को चढ़ाएंगे भगवान को तो भगवान उनकी मान्यता पूरी करेगा, दूसरे लाडू को नहीं मानेंगे. तो पंडितों ने कुछ मैसेज दिया ऐसा, तो उसकी सेल बहुत ज्यादा हो गई. और उन्होंने फिर उसको वहां का जो उत्तराखंड का टूरिज्म था उससे लिंक कर दिया, होटलों से लिंक कर दिया. दैट इज ए बिग सक्सेस बिकॉज ऑफ वन लेडी ओनली. She was unable to join, later on became leader, and now she is running that program. So it depends. It depends what is the need, extent you want to learn, and nature of the person who is undergoing training.
Thank you so much, sir. We just have one final question. The question is, ma'am, you also mentioned that you had no funds for marketing and the vast distance between the village and the school. So, ma'am, how do people actually get to know about such trainings?
Misha ma'am, I think this is a question regarding the field school, but
actually, there are 2-3 clauses in this question. First, it's about no fund for marketing. They have mentioned. Actually, we are not going for any marketing. We
no,
are just
actually marketing, I think the child's mentioned in terms of the extension work we were referring.
Okay, actually for this capacity building, we have received 75,000 in this financial year. But our training program will continue, ma'am. It will continue up to June. So I'm planning to take money from the contingency fund. And regarding how the people are getting aware about the trainings, no, what we are doing is we have just randomly selected one village. Okay, so we have contacted some farmers and we just found out whether there are any ladies who are interested for participating, and we could find 2-3 contacts, and that's how we have started in that village. And what we done is we are going there, we are not inviting them to our place because of these COVID restrictions. Also it also matters, because in our institute we are not allowed to conduct any in-house trainings due to the COVID restrictions. So that only I planned for this farmer field school program, in which the training will be taken in their own village. So there is one primary school is there. So in front of that primary school, we will take benches and all from that school, and we are doing the training outside only, because in closed room, it's more risky in this COVID situation. So in open space only we are doing. So for them, it is only the walkable distance. So it is near to their house only. So for them, no expense is there. And how we are informing them about the training is we have collected some key informant and phone numbers, and we have informed about the training through WhatsApp group. We have formed a WhatsApp group of all the participants. So we are giving that information in the WhatsApp group in the local language. that's my senior research fellows. They are giving all the message in the Assamese language so that they can understand. And there's some group activities is also there, because if somebody is not having a smartphone or WhatsApp, those who are having, they are informing their neighborhood. So those who are the members of a self-help group, all those who are their neighbors only. So that's how the information is passing about the trainings and the time, all those things. Ma'am, I think that's the question.
Yeah. Just to sum it up, I think we mentioned that one of the limitations was feasibility of time. So having the women travel to the center would have been a limitation. So we are taking the school to their doorstep. So that is another way how, we are being able to get increased participations also in the field school, which is we are very happy to know that Misha ma'am, your problem is solved, and women are now actually themselves wanting to learn and get into it. So
Yeah, that we can observe, ma'am. Really, now they are coming 10 minutes before, and they are arranging all the things what we couldn't observe in first 1 or 2 meetings. But it's happening good now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank all the panelists and all the audience members for this wonderful session. We will now take a 1 hour break. The break will start from 1:30 and end till 2:30. I would request all of you to proceed for the break. We will come for the lunch, and we will commence the post-lunch session from 2:30. Thank you, everybody.
Post-lunch segment of the workshop on capacity building for the sustainable livelihood of tribal women. I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists who are here with us to give policy suggestions and guidance. Our, our panel School of Economics. He has completed his PhD from Kurukshetra University in 2003. His research interests and specialization are in development issues, consumption analysis, welfare economics. He is a member of the Indian Econometric Society, Indian Journal of Labor Economics, and Indian Economic Journal. He has published numerous books, monographs, and he has taken part in countless conferences, presentations. We welcome you, sir. Now, I would also like to introduce Dr. Hema Yadav, Director, Vaikunt Mehta National Institute of Cooperative Management, Pune, Ministry of Cooperation. She has helped in creation of the national database on agricultural markets. She has worked on the World Bank consultancy project on marketing of agriculture, horticulture, fishery, livestock, and dairy products in Assam. She has worked on market infrastructure and designing of wholesale markets and created marketing strategies for organic produce. It is a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am.
Our next panelist is Dr. Ananita Roy Saha, who is an associate professor at Indraprastha College for Women, Delhi University. She is a PhD holder from JNU and an associate professor in the Department of Economics at Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi since 1995. Her areas of interest are development economics, energy, environment, and resource economics. She has also presented numerous papers at various national and international fora and has been awarded Best Paper Awards and Best Presentation Awards. She was also the guest editor, the Asian Journal, Special Volume on Access, Transport and Poverty Linkages in 2015. It's great to have you with us, ma'am. Our next panelist is Dr. Mahesh Kadam of the National Institute of Agricultural Management as the knowledge partner. He has a diverse experience in teaching, research, and extension activities in agribusiness and incubation, startups concerned with agriculture and agricultural allied activities. He has been involved in agribusiness planning models, setting up farmer producer companies, legal aspects with farmers and their allocative perspectives in determining the ways and means to improve the standard of living. He has worked on desirable input-output techniques, price determination, and much more. It is a great honor to have you with us, sir. And finally, our last panelist is Mr. Sandeep Sharma, who is the founder of Paravit Private Limited, which is a startup in animal husbandry. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now, the session is open for discussion. I would like Dr. Paramjit to present his views.
Paramjit sir, I hope you can hear us. I can see that you have joined. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paramjit sir.
Okay. Okay.
Fine, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
But can you please switch on the camera so that students also can get to see such a resourceful person from DSE.
But my camera is on. Oh, sorry.
Yes, now.
Yes.
So much,
It's
sir.
all right. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I am thankful to Professor Mohua Bhattacharya for inviting me for this thoughtful interaction. But due to some other engagements, I couldn't come personally. But I will enjoy with all of you for 10-15 minutes, definitely. So I congratulate the whole team members, Professor Bhattacharya, Dr. Shivani Mehta, Dr. Madhavan, Dr. Kadirvel, Dr. Pampipal, and Dr. Maxim. So what I can see from the papers available with me and the findings by the team. So the team has already done a wonderful job by doing survey. A huge extensive survey has already been done by the member of the team. I think so 1,000 producers, 25 traders, 10 processors, and 50 sellers, and 250 consumers from all three states, Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and approximate more than 4,000 in all. So by doing such a huge survey, no doubt the team has done a wonderful job till now, and they have shared their views since morning with other experts. Definitely, I was not sharing my thoughts at that time, but definitely the findings and the interaction in the morning session was, I think so, was very wonderful. But at the same time, the team, by applying this, you can say, by collecting information through questionnaires and interacting with the all stakeholders like producer, traders, and so on, keeping in mind three broad aspects, three broad objectives. The three broad aspects which I think so, by finding the price determinants or the cost determinants, because the determinants of cost is the most important aspect of supply chain management. And the second objective of the study means what factors or the challenges that the women face during this course of actions. And the third, to suggest the action plan for the tribal women. My dear friends, yesterday in the parliament, the main focus of the discussion from the opposition members and from the side of the government by the finance minister, the challenge of the job, and not only short-term job but sustainability of livelihood is the main concern in these days in the era of pandemic. So by keeping these objectives in mind, the whole team has done a wonderful job by applying this multiple regression model. Multiple regression model, keeping in mind the stock of the purchases, feed, vaccination, transportation, equipment, and other aspects, other variables. And from the angle and the findings of the study are as per the expectations. And no doubt, the findings of this study and the analysis of principal component analysis as well is really helpful for the policy maker to understand the lacuna in the policy and how we can strengthen these programs to make these tribal women their livelihood more enjoyable and at a more sustainable point of view. And the team is successful to identify at each level, from producer, trader, slaughterhouse, wholesaler, retailer, and even in the hands of final consumers, how much value addition they made and how much their contribution is in this whole chain. So if we know the whole mechanism, then the policy makers can make at what level what should be done. So with the help of this in the form of percentage, in case of Assam, producers are contributing 11%, traders 15%, slaughterhouse 21%, and retailers has 28%. So these are some findings, and these are not normal findings. These are findings after because this project was started in 2019 and till now many meetings have taken place at different level at different places in northeast and other places. So This midterm appraisal and the view of the experts now and the comments, I hope with the help of all these things, what I can see, there the whole team is in a position to find out the SWOT analysis. I am just briefing all these findings in nutshell. With the help of this SWOT analysis, the team is in a position that in brief, they are able to find out what should be done at just a minute. In Assam, what I can see from these slides, the strength at producer level, consumer level, at processor level, trader level, and at sellers, ultimate seller, you can say retail seller level. The strength is highest percentage of working is female population, highest pig stock, highest land holding, good sanitation facilities, proper water treatment facilities, highest new live birth of pigs, means high birth rate you can say, and highest vaccination, and at the same time identifying the weakness. Lesser FHHS, highest dependent female, income from pig rearing is lowest, that is a phenomena, and other things. With these concrete solution in the form of strength and weaknesses, the team has given the crux of the problems. I hope the policymakers, the stakeholders from the ministry will be benefited by these findings from the researchers. I hope my all best wishes to all of you. Thank you. With these words, I can again congratulate to the
Thank you so much.
team members. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, can we have Dr. Hema Yadav to present her comments?
Yeah. Good afternoon to the project team and Dr. Mahua for doing a very informative presentation. I had seen the presentation which was made by the team, and I was looking into the marketing component, and especially the way you had done the channel-wise analysis, worked out the marketing efficiency. Also, you had worked out the profit and margins that were coming up in the value chains, which differs from state to state. I could see that there were difference coming up in the Nagaland and Assam. The bigger the chain was, and the lesser the value addition, the more the kind of margins were accruing. And definitely both the analysis did show, and the channel-wise analysis also showed very clearly that unless the value chain upgradation doesn't take place, the value back to the farmers and the producers in terms of a producer share in the consumer rupee would not be there. So I have 15 minutes. That's a good enough time for me. So if I can just share a slide or two which can help you in guiding the capacity building component, I will just try to kind of share a little with you if I can. Just give me a minute, please. Yeah, so just let me know if it is visible to all of you, this slide.
It is visible, madam.
Right, so I'll just go very quickly. In 15 minutes, I'll finish, because what all has been said, I will not be repeating. What is a little different here, I will just let you know. So first of all, giving me an opportunity representing Vakund Mehta National Institute of Cooperative Management. We are part of the Ministry of Cooperation, our newly formed ministry, and we are based at Pune, but the institution is 55 years old institution working for the cooperatives. Not much information is available about the cooperatives amongst the students, Therefore, it's a good forum for you to tell how cooperatives can participate in value chain upgradation and whole capacity building issue that the project is trying to address. So this is about the special thing about the project is that we are talking about the tribal people, especially the women who are into the rearing of the pig. Therefore, this project has very significant outcomes which are going to kind of impact the way you kind of approach the training program for the women and women who are tribal people. And then there's another thing calling the pig rearing, which is also not taken as a commercial activity in this part of the country. So on the basis of some study that I have also done and one other study, and I'm sure you have done enough of review of literature, which says that what is important is that capacity building of the farmer is the most important tool. How do you kind of reach out to the tribal communities like Missing and this Boros and all these tribes which are in the upper part of Assam and the Nagaland? The biggest challenge for the institutions which are there in the form of KVK or the ICM, the ICR institutions that we have, is to how to reach out to a missing tribe, you see. So that becomes a big challenge in terms of trainings, because no matter how much you try to customize your training modules, there would always be something kind of, not going to the core of the point. So it's always a good idea to kind of bring one level of people as barefoot trainers amongst these tribal people who kind of become the lead trainers and would be able to communicate in a better. That's my experience also in the state of Assam when I was doing this project. Second thing I want to say is a value chain approach to be adopted in identifying the training needs also. Most often value chain is kind of approach is taken to see as to how better can you kind of give the profitability to the producers. But another thing, my experience for working in the Sikkim shows that unless you have done a value chain analysis, you would not be able to identify the training needs in the whole kind of a chain of the marketing. So here, yes, a lot has been said. I'm just skipping this about the low productivity of the indigenous pigs. You also have the hybrid breeds of the pigs. But then there's a big issue that the project has already told the improved breeds, are very high cost to maintain them. The indigenous pigs are there, but then they have a lot of infestation kind of problem, high mortality of pigs. So what happens in this is that it does not lead to a very high commercial value to these producers. They would still be at a very sustainable level. So the biggest thing in the marketing is that you may have noted, Professor, that it's still not a notified produce in the APMC Act of 1972 of Assam, now kind of reformed. You have a new act in the state of Assam, but still pigs are not the notified produce in the regulated markets. The implication being that for trading these pigs, you really do not have an organized market, right? You don't have a formal market for bringing the pigs into the market. For example, fish is a notified produce in Assam, but pigs are not. Not sure of Nagaland, I need to check on Nagaland also. Another thing is when you talk about marketing, the biggest thing in marketing is the market information system. The single point I can go to the extent of, working in the various products is that unless you give them the market information about the demand, the seasonality of demand, the volume that would be required by the consumers, the marketing really doesn't happen. So we have to work out as to how simple way of giving the idea about, the demand that's there available in the other parts of the country and how that demand can be converted into a profit is the challenge that has to be addressed in the trainings, So my suggestion here is that please do integrate this MIS system in your training programs. Then there's access to credit has been pointed out very well. The second thing is that the carcasses, the bristles that come out as a waste, there was a lot of talk about the wastage also. So now these have a lot of, value addition in form of making brush. So there has to be a training in kind of how do you kind of collect them, process and grade them. So value addition happens to be another kind of area where the training and the capacity building programs need kind of be addressed by giving them the technology, the know-how, the machines, so that they can kind of use this. Now, this is the value chain approach that I'm speaking about. I mean, the line in the blue is important, which says that why are we talking about the value chain is because when you integrate the value chains, as it was shown in the presentation by Shivani, so when you integrate these value chains, the whole idea behind is that the end product is greater than the sum of the individual value addition. So you bring them together, the sum total is going to be a bigger. The sum total can be in terms of the share of the producer in the consumer money. However, and the second thing is that if you are kind of trying to focus on an individual producer or a farmer or a woman, I mean, then they are kind of something that becomes very difficulties to establish those synergies and the rules. There are rules also for coming to the higher values. So, what we're trying to say in the value chain is that we have to increase the revenue, increase the bargaining power, improve the access to technology, which has to be a part of the capacity building. And how do you innovate the produce, and how do we learn from China, the other countries, the Philippines? How have they been able to bring the innovations has to be part. There was enough discussion on incubating this activity, bringing the youth in the forum also. This is a standard diagram of the value chain, just for the understanding of the students to have a better idea. When we talk about value chains, understand it's not a supply chain, one. Number two, who owns the value chain? That's the value chains are owned by a person. It could be a buyer, right? It could be a retailer, okay? It could be a forwarding agent also, but somebody has to have a ownership of the complete value chain. So for example, if you're putting a produce on the Amazon, Amazon has the ownership of the complete value chain. Whereas in supply chain, the ownerships are kind of differentiated. Logistic provider, right? The packaging person, the grading person have a different kind of ownership. So you have to look into this ownership model also. Agribusiness, I'm not really talking about the agribusiness because the whole project was about this only. But the question is, how do you design the pro-poor value chains, right? Value chains which can have two outcomes, right? Value chains can be pro-consumers also. Value chains can be pro-poor also. Value chains can have an objective of reducing the logistic cost also. But here we are talking about value chains which are addressing the needs of the poor people. Who are the people? They are these smallholder producers. So we are talking about the association of producers who are in the better conditions to have access to three things: technology, credit, and market. Therefore, you have to focus on association of producers, not the individual producers, okay? Therefore, because you can improve the bargaining power, etc. So I have given a reference of the study also, which can be seen later. So now these are the problems faced by the producers, which are kind of, which if you have to translate into the training, then you have to see that the unstable price of live pigs, you have to look into the market information system here. Insufficient capital for successful pig farming. How do you kind of get them more credit, more loans? How do you kind of link them to a scheme of the government or of the central government or of the CGIR? High cost of quality feed. You have to keep checking the pig feed also. Quality standards. How do you bring these components in the training, that the quality standards are so much important in the pigs, you see? So you have to see to this thing. So now my last red point here says that there has to be a horizontal and vertical coordination, and therefore you have to understand the collectivization. So, and then focusing on women, because there's a whole issue about pig rearing, and women, they have a very special connection. Just the way you bring up a cow and a calf, where the ladies of the house are involved, in the similar way, pig rearing is something that women do with a lot of affection with the piglets, you see. So here is the thing, that how do you focus on women and women about bringing digital inclusion, financial inclusions? How do you link them to the markets? These are all training modules that can become part of the, the report. Collectivization, I was talking, why are we talking about collectivizing? As we just had from Dr. Paramjeet, he was saying last budget, just yesterday, the budget had too much focus on FPO, the way India is going towards, having FPOs, and the way there has been a focus on the cooperatives. So we have to understand this diagram as to how collectivization will happen, where you bring some lead farmers together, organize them into blue, red, yellow, green as the people with a different commodity interest. And you make one kind of an association where you take one of the smartest people out of this group who will be negotiating with a trader. For example, you have a Walmart person at the top as a trader. How do you expect these small tribal people to be negotiating with the person who is a very, very smart trader? Therefore, this kind of collectivization from the bottom of the pyramid, right, with a systematic way helps in making a group. Collectivizing means to say it could be a farmer-producer group, it can be a cooperative, and it can be a self-help group also. However, self-help groups are informal structures, right? But when you make a cooperative, you get kind of associated and incorporated as in under the Societies Act. FPO can be both corporate as a Companies Act, it can be a Society Act. But these are the models of India now, of the country now. Whatever we do, it has to be done in the group formation. So this is about, then a little, I'll take this opportunity about understanding cooperatives. I mean, one of the biggest mandate now is how do you bring youth into cooperatives? Most of the startups are incorporated and under the Companies Act, right? You get an Udyam certificate out of it. So my appeal here is to the students is that, yes, this is something that you can look into the cooperatives also, because there's a lot of ethics there. There's a lot of values in the way you have the cooperatives, right? And instead of short-term goals, it is a long-term goal. And the cooperatives have been resilient, have been serving people, and they have a triple bottom line where we are talking about economic, social, and environmental. All three things are there. It is just not about profit in the cooperatives. So these are the cooperative business models, right? There is not a single ownership. People own it. It's a people's business model, right? Especially with the tribals. Why I'm talking about cooperatives is tribals who are already kind of organized as the way of community in a line of, being a group of people who are already organized. But so when you put a cooperative or a FPO model, they would be very able to kind of respond to it. Okay, so these are, these cooperatives look like. How do you kind of make cooperatives in the state of Assam? You have Fisheries Federation, you have WAMUL as a dairy federation of cooperatives. It's time that we had the pig rearing producers federation also, so that they can get better access to credit, they can be linked to the primary agriculture cooperative societies, and they can have a better share in the economy of the country. The biggest cooperative brand of the country is the Amul, which happens to be the flagship. IFCO happens to be the another flagship. You have Verka, the Coir Fred. So we have something like, more than 3,000 cooperative brands in the country. So here is the chance for all of you to look into this model. Also, it can become part of your kind of training report, Professor Mahua. If you think it's a good model for all of you, then we can kind of have more discussion on this. So with this, I would just kind of complete, because I have another 2-3 minutes with me, or that for capacity building, you'll have to have a holistic approach, take a value chain approach, identify at each stage what is the training requirement. Number 2, have this kind of special consideration that, just converting the module in the local language is just not the end, because most of the time we say we converted them into the language, but reaching out to these people living in the remote areas of the states. They are not in the Guwahati itself, right? They are at Kamrup, at Dhemaji, or at Nagaland, which is not an easy place to be reaching out. However, with the support of the institutions of the ICR, the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, the Central Agriculture Universities, you have a whole ecosystem which helps you in delivering these training models. With this, I would like to congratulate the team members for doing an excellent work. The report has come out very interesting, very well explained. The data, etc., is very well arranged. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. What a professional presentation, and I'm really interested to push the project suggestions also towards the cooperative angle also, because I didn't think in that way. I will be in touch with you so that, we can give suggestions in that line also. Thank you so much, madam, for enlightening us in this line. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anindita Roy Saha to present her view.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Mahua Bhattacharya and the entire team for having me here. And I'm speaking from a position of less of field knowledge and more of general interest in the subject. And after such wonderful presentation, which was so rich in professional experience, I would like to just mention a few points which came to my mind while I was listening to the presentation in the morning. It's indeed, everyone has said that, so there's nothing new about it, but I would still like to reiterate that it's a wonderful work that has taken place under the project. It's extensive as well as intensive. Huge amount of data, huge sample size, and very minute details have been looked into. Having 1,000 producers in the sample is not a small thing. There were about, I think, 250 consumers, if I remember correctly. So I was just wondering whether these 250 are those who purchase from the market and exclusive of any component of self-consumption, because pork is a part of their meal. So 250 as a size of the consumer looks a little less, but perhaps this is because these are the ones who are purchasing from the retailers in the market.
Exactly, they are purchasing from retailers.
Yes, a large part of their production must have gone for self-consumption. And another thing which was just coming to my mind in the same note is about the extension of these activities, not only production, but providing these things, supplying these things in the neighboring states. Here we have a study of 3 states. So what would be the position of the other states in terms of production and supplying? Because if I remember correctly, it's about 40% of the total production, which was said is from the Northeast. So 60% coming from other states, a large part of which was is from Punjab and Haryana. That's what I could, gather from the data that one speaker in the morning was presenting. So because of the physical distance, so much of physical distance, there's a huge opportunity to capture markets in the neighboring states, so that entire transportation from Punjab, Haryana to extreme northeast, that can be adjusted in further development, which is local, rather than having national level interactions. Saying that, I would like to raise 1 or 2 issues which came to my mind. These are not really suggestions, and nor are these questions. These are some points which came to my mind, so I just thought I will share with other people. One is about the issue of environmental considerations in the sheds, in the pigsty. One issue which has been duly addressed is about the sustainable waste management, the animal excreta used for, and other waste generated in the system used for other products, recycling or reusing or using those products for a sustainable waste management. So I was wondering about, the overall health and hygienic condition of these areas, this backyard farming, which does not promise to be very hygienic. Pigsty in any case is a dirty place. It's well known to be dirty. So how about, some kind of insight or some kind of consideration about the hygiene maintained in these areas, because these may have a very serious impact on the women, the major stakeholders in this, who will be directly working in these pigsties. When we were, I saw the multiple regression where one of the factors was the health expenditure, but that health expenditure is talking about vaccination and other things related to the animals. But if there are health implications for the women who are working in these areas, and obviously, I mean, we all know that these external costs are very difficult to impute in the overall cost calculations. But the social cost is actually inclusive of these possible health expenditures or health costs which these women may have. So maybe some investigation on the probability of having diseases, zoonotic diseases, or any kind of diseases related to lack of hygiene in these areas may throw some more light on the condition of women. And that may also perhaps help us understand more, maybe partially, the apathy that women have been showing. I mean, they do not come up in a big way, in a more professional way. So whether there is some health issue or health risk that they are scared of. I mean, this was just a question that came to my mind. And when we talk about women, I was also contemplating that one speaker in the morning said that even if there are government loans, various agency loans, they do not really, I mean, unless it's binding that it has to be tied to this particular activity or this particular kind of job, it may get diverted to other kind of activities. So I was just wondering whether there is any possibility or any practice of these loans being given to women directly. Because there was a problem of women not being the decision makers, women not in a position to exercise their power, although they are closely associated with the activity. So the self-help groups also are functioning effectively, but are loans channelized through these agencies, either cooperatives, banks, SHGs, to women? Because one very successful model of loan being extended to women all over the world has been the Grameen Bank model of Bangladesh, where women were directly given the loans, and that worked wonderfully. So this was one thing which I was thinking, that this may help them have more economic independence and decision-making power and practice if the loan is in their names. So this was, one issue which I was thinking of. Another issue is about, I mean, these are all related issues and primarily about our major stakeholders, the women, that if we want to make it really something beyond backyard farming, if we want to really make it more commercial, then some socioeconomic parameters have to be looked into. And one major component there may be the condition of their children. Women and children are very closely connected. If women have to devote their time professionally to commercial ventures, then we have to think of some kind of, system which takes care of their children. Because as women, I mean, I have no qualms in saying that as working women, we know how tied women get because of the constraints which they have in the form of their children. So women and child welfare actually go hand in hand. So if we want to have more of these women coming up with these activities, then perhaps we also need to look into their children being sent to school or being sent to creche, or their health facilities, what kind of facilities are available in the primary health centers for the children. So all these questions perhaps also become peripheral questions, but they become very important if we want to really have empowerment and enhancement of the condition of tribal women. Because I have been hearing their shyness all along. So there may be various reasons. Many states in the Northeast are matriarchal. They have matriarchal societies. Despite that, these adjoining states, if women are not coming up in a big way, then perhaps we need to investigate in detail about health and education of women and children in particular, and then providing other ancillary support in terms of cooperative. Dr. Yadav was just talking about it. It was a wonderful presentation about how cooperatives can be effective. So women's cooperative as a part of an overall, a holistic package from a social point of view, as well as from a larger economic perspective. One speaker was talking about supplementary infrastructure. So just as we need to have supplementary infrastructure from a scientific point of view, from an economic point of view, we also need a holistic infrastructure which takes care of the social and socioeconomic perspectives. So when we are talking about capacity building and empowerment, basically, we try to enhance the livelihood opportunities. We try to have some additional livelihood avenues for women and overall improvement in the quality of life. Then these social factors may also give us some more insight to understand and thereby address those issues through policy designs and policy interventions at various levels, local, national, at the levels of blocks and villages and cooperatives and various agencies. Thank you very much. I think these were some of the questions which I was, contemplating. So I shared with it, and once again, shared with you. And once again, I reiterate that you have already done an extensive work and almost every aspect has been already taken care of. So there was not really much scope left to say that, okay, this is something that you have not looked into and add this. So these were some minor questions which I shared with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. I know very well how critical you are in every analysis. And if you have said that it is done extensively, it's a compliment for the whole team. But exactly what you have said, that the the hygiene and the disease thing, which we did not relate, but we can work out on that. And also that loans which you are telling directly Grameen Bank, this aspect also we can go through the papers and we can see that whether it can be implemented in the northeast states, or we can prescribe for the in the policy prescriptions as possible or not. Thank you so much, madam, for your this purpose. This was actually the purpose of the workshop, so that we can get some other dimensions to see the things. Like cooperatives came out to be a very good thing, which madam have said, power of collectivism. So this is something which we also did not think. We can give a second thought, and we can talk to our director, madam, obviously from the National Institute of Cooperative Management, Hema madam, and take the guidance further. And about your environment aspect also, which you have said, we that aspect we have taken care of. But on trainings and all, how to train women on making the waste-based product. I think the NRCP expert will be able to tell whether the training programs are conducted for that or not. And as in Nagaland, from Nagaland, our sir already has said there is everything is trained, everybody is trained, but implementation is becoming a very big issue. So we are in dilemma actually what to suggest and how process to be done, but struggle goes on. Thank you so much, madam, for adding your points. We will definitely get back to you if so that cooperate jointly we can work out on the environment aspect of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Mahesh Kadam to present his views.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for giving an opportunity to come up with some suggestive measures. As these are not some of the suggestive measures, I can say it is little bit moving in a way for the pork marketing chain for sustainable livelihood for tribal women. As we know, the basics of marketing, which moves with 4 P's, that is the product. Your product is dealing with pork, and we are well aware till pork is not, we can say, a A1 marketing product, or we can say market moving product. So, and directly we are dealing with a tribal woman. So that parameters which the study is moving, the work has done, can be improvised with the sustainable part. The sustainable part again come up with 2 parameters: education and employment. Education in the sense when we are dealing with the business ecosystem or entrepreneurial ecosystem, we can channelize that part as our previous expertise has come up with collectivism approach. Then this previous expertise has come up with employment opportunities creation. Then they talk about the family approach also. As we know very well, women as compare, it come up with a joint family approach. And then it moves with a leadership activity also. And if we can improve the leadership activity with this collectivism approach and give a benchmark for employment with entrepreneurship ecosystem, it will move the marketing value chain of the pork in a proper way. Then talking about a communication part also, I can say now when we talk about tribal people and communication marketing part, the technical know-how is little bit in dilemma. So the technical know-how can be improved when we talk about the piggery or the pork related products or its value addition. So more and more emphasis must be given on that part, so it will move in proper way, in proper direction. And lastly, I can say the strategies are needed. And for that strategy, I think this platform has come up how we can improvise the capacity building part. So moving further, I can say we have a startup, Paravate Private Limited, who can speak up more well, as I can say, the suggestive part when converted into an execution part. So this is from my side, as in the part of suggestive concern.
Adam sir, your presence and your your support is huge.
Sure, sure.
Huge positive strength for us, and I'm so thankful that you have coordinated with Sandeep ji, and I'm sure Sandeep ji will be able to give some idea on the
Sure, sure.
operational
Yeah.
aspect.
Yeah,
Sandeep
yeah.
ji, yeah.
Okay.
Arya? Yeah. Now I would like to call Mr. Sandeep Sharma to present his views.
Thank you so much, Niyar and Professor, to giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk about kind of solutions, kind of tools we can bring out to the forum. So I'm going to be share my screen and like to take you through the PowerPoint to give you the idea that's what we have done and what we want to do in Northeast. So are you guys able to see my screen? Yeah, it's visible to everyone.
Yeah, visible, please.
Okay, okay. My presentation basically going to be cover a couple of things, a little bit of background about us, and then animal health, decision support, marketing, finance. We have been working with the expert to develop a big expert platform in Africa and India. So for this, we are working with the University of Liverpool's veterinary school and livestock research institute
Hey,
to develop.
sir, your voice is getting echoed. So may I request our IT team to see why the voice is getting echoed?
It is better now?
Huh?
Now it is better?
Can you hear children? Acha, problem is from that side. Now you please, sir, you please continue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we are working with Liverpool University Veterinary School and International Livestock Research Institute to develop the science behind our platform and solutions. In Africa, we are working with the farmer choice that cover largest pork production and processing chain. And then Barefoot Lightning, it's a global thought leader to build decision support and solutions. Particularly with NIAM, so NIAM have been working to help us tailor our solutions and connecting to the regional players. Yeah, so what we are offering through our platform to transform the pig sector. So basically, in our solution, we are emphasizing on 4 important areas: health, nutrition, farm and animal management, and at the end, business management. When we talked about that, how this all look like. So I just give you a glimpse that this is a first phase of our app, which primarily cover management, health, animal husbandry. So basically under animal husbandry, we are covering the biosecurity measures. I was hearing since morning there's biosecurity hazards, the spread of diseases in value chains, out of the value chain. So that particular concern is addressed through our animal husbandry section. We're also having feed, nutrition, connect to the market, which I'll take you towards the end. So animal health. Animal health is a very important segment. We work with the expert of the ILRI and the University of Liverpool. So you can see how it look like. So basically in pigs we categorize, actually we work with around 130 pig diseases and 300 symptoms of those diseases. So we build a platform that can give the knowledge to let's say a farmer, a women farmer or a illiterate farmer, how it works. So ideally, farmer has to be pressed basically this thumbnail, and he's going to be see symptoms through the animation, which explain about how a symptoms look like, right? And then, he can just play with, learn the symptoms. We also build a image bank that correlate, okay, images. So he can, match the case. That's okay. Yeah, this is basically a symptom which I am seeing from my eye in my backyard pigs. Once he's sure, he can, make a choice, and then we can come up with the our disease match. So how our solution works. So basically, this platform, when a farmer is in the backyard, he is having the mobile in hand, he's just relating, code, checking that's okay. These are the symptoms, these are the diseases. I am sure I look like. So disease match first appears. So this disease match,
I think Mr. Sharma is facing some technical difficulties. We'll wait a few minutes for him. Sharma sir? We're waiting for Sharma sir to rejoin.
yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, there was a disruption because of internet connectivity. You guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so once this reach out to the veterinarian going to be see the list of the diseases, and then he himself can send more question if there is a doubt, if there is some more clarification needed. Again, this all process happen over the internet. Once farmers see those questions or the doubt, he can reply through a very simple, again, this animation will run and explain the symptoms. He will be say, yeah, this is a symptom. Oh yes, this is not, I have a doubt. So after the process, once the process is done, finally veterinarian going to be receive the, the last list. And then based on that, he is going to be make a course of action. The course of action can be like, physically, someone has to be visit because there is an emergency situation with the animal, or I can send my paravet worker or animal health worker to be examine the animal, or I can just write up my prescription of medicine. And this can be, again, reach out to the farmer on his device. Once he see the prescription, he can, go to the nearest veterinary med shop and collect the medicines. So this is, this is how, our vet platform in our app work. And this is the, through this platform, our emphasis was on giving more knowledge, more know-how practices to the farmer, empowering him through the, animation, through the images about the symptoms, about the diseases. So next is, how our decision support works. Again, we using animations. So we have identified through our experts that hernia is a major problem in early stage of pig life cycles. So we run this kind of animation. That's okay. If there is a hernia spotted, how you can, give a, let's say, in-house kind of practice-based treatment so you can reduce the impact of hernia on early stage of piglets. Again, the biosecurity, we found that there are certain diseases, those transmitted through the wild boars. And again, if the farmer is aware, he can make up the fences, he can put measures to avoid these wild animals entry in his backyard area. Again, on the welfare side, we worked a lot, and then we find out the tail biting is a common cause of the disease, and people just put the kind of enrichment in their areas. So could be let's say the this kind of things, and then can reduce the tail biting incidents in the herd. How our content support works. So basically, once a farmer is visualizing that's okay, this is a basic biosecurity hazard in my area, so we are going to be asked and we are going to be give him some options. And once we understood, okay, these are the option, these are the preferences he is looking for, we can
I believe Sharma sir has lost his connection again. We'll wait for a couple minutes.
I'm really sorry. This is the day when the internet has to be work perfectly, and it's just creating all sort of glitches. Sorry for the interruption. Let me share my screen again. Yeah. So these all things fit to the my activity, the daily activity which I have to be do. I have to be performed. So and then at the end, it fit to my diary, the farm diary. So this is how our the whole system in app works. Feed and nutrition is a very important segment in piggery, because we saw that pig grow very fast, so they need good and quality feed. So provided if all the ingredients available locally, we can reduce the cost of the feed production. We worked with the experts to build the low cost recipes, so those recipes can be shared again to the women farmers, and then they can learn that how to prepare a protein rich let's say the recipe, or how to be prepare a recipe which can be suited to the lactating sow. Market and finance. So basically we work with the pig passbooks. Those can be useful when you are taking your pigs from one location to another location. So it has all kind of history of that pig, the pedigree, the kind of vaccination happened, when the deworming happened, the medical history. So all sort of things are captured in this pig passbook, and that can be one of the document which I think farmers need when they are taking it to the, let's say, the retailer or the butcher or the middleman to sell his pigs. Loan side, I was hearing insurance. So yes, we thought of that, giving a one saw and a couple of piglets will initially help these farmers to build their small piggery unit, and then giving a little bit loan about the putting the shades around it, and then another funds for the feed and then consumption. This give a complete cover to a new beginner or a farmer to just cover up a cycle of, let's say, 6 to 8 months in which the piglets can become mature and they can get the marketable weight, and then it can be marketed. So we thought out this model, and later we can discuss as well this model. So we also build the marketplace because we are seeing that there is a growing demand that's can I access different sort of tools, machinery, medicines, or the utilities which I need for my piggeries through this app. So our app provide that platform to connect the a farmer to the vendors or the suppliers. So this is a little bit about that. Yeah, so that's all about from my side, and I'm very happy to present our solution to every one of you, and keen to have questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The floor is now open to questions for all the panelists and the presenters. Audience members, if you have any questions, you can write them in the chat box.
Sandeep ji.
Yes, ma'am.
What a utility centric app you have thought,
Yes.
designed, and gave a shape to it. I really congratulate you for this.
Thank you, Professor.
संदीप जी, यहाँ पे पैसा कहाँ है? Where is money? मतलब बिजनेस कहाँ हुआ यहाँ पे? ये तो पैसा तो नहीं आया किसी के पास. ये तो इंफॉर्मेशन ही गया इधर से उधर, उधर से इधर. Who will get money from this entire process? Is it from ILRI or from CGIR? It's a support, or it is not a business plan, right?
Yes, ma'am. So earlier when we started this project, the project was funded by the ILRI, and we built this solution. So the solution was to develop a system which can help the farmers to diagnose the disease through symptoms, right? And later on, we found that's okay. As you said, there is a no business, where is the money, how the money will come, how the entrepreneurship can grow. So then we built this veterinary model, right? So this veterinary model is very interesting, and that's how we are going and talking to the NGOs, or we are going to talking to the stakeholders. That's when you are giving your veterinary service, virtual veterinary service. There you have to be asked, that's okay, I'm going to charge, let's say 50 rupees virtually, which is nominal. If a veterinarian goes to the field, he may ask 500, 300, and it will take his time. It will take, let's say, minimum 2 hours, 3 hours. And suppose we are in the upper Assam region or the Meghalaya region, the hilly trains sometimes create the difficulty to reach on time. And that, if there is emergency, the animal can die itself. So there is tweak that's adding this importance of veterinary solution, helping them virtually, helping a farmer to understand that calm down, there should be no problem, just you have to be give this ethnovet solution. If suppose there is no veterinary medicine available with the farmer, then veterinarian can suggest some ethnovet solution which can give a temporary relief to the animal. I believe Dr. Misha is very well aware about what kind of the ethnovet solution can be offered to a farmer, a remote farmer, or a tribal women farmer who is not much aware that what dose one has to be give, what quantity of the pills or the injection, and how to be administered. Provided as you talked earlier in one of the presentation, that's you guys are training women entrepreneur as a paravet staff. So if locally that paravet staff is available, who is a bit trained through the NRCP, definitely there is a point where he can get earning. We can also get earning because we are giving a virtual vet solution to a farmer. I can say instantly, but sometime it takes 5 to 10 minutes, as we are very well connected through the internet, and I am getting the internet glitches. So I am not saying it's going to be happen instantly, but yeah, it will be delivered on time. to the farmer, and suppose he saved a couple of animals through this virtual vet assistance, definitely word of mouth work very well in the tribal areas, and then solution can be picked up very fast among the pig growers. So there is a one point, as I said, the paisa kahan hai, paisa yahan pe hai. Dusra, I will say that's okay. Farmer is in need, that's usko AI chahiye, or suppose he's needing some enrichment tools. So those enrichment tools or the devices or the equipment can be, put on order through our app. There could be a, let's say, some commission. And suppose if we go further, I don't know how it's going to be work in Northeast. If we go further, then loan and insurance can also bought to the platform, where you can get some commission through acquiring the customer. So when you are acquiring a big customer through the loan as an intermediary, you are having a chance to earn your commission. So that's my primary understanding, but there are many peoples in this call, so they can also put up their thoughts, which is really very helpful for me to understand where's the money come, where the entrepreneurs come. And another thing, ma'am, I want to be add that through this platform we are collecting the all historical and the current data of a pig, or its pedigree, or its progenies. So those can share with the, let's say, the buyer. That's okay, we have so many pigs of that particular breed, of that particular age, and then we can little bit kind of offer a platform that's okay, you can collect 20 saws, or let's say 20 fattening pigs from a location, instead of someone has to be go there. If he understand this all, I think that's the kind of value add we like to add. Yeah, hope I answer your question, ma'am.
Yeah, surely. Actually, now the place where did you live? We start from that. They have to be marketed, because
Yeah.
they are now prepared and they are hygiene. All the criterias have been fulfilled, and now they need to be marketed. So for that, they need to get a platform. So we actually designed an app for that purpose. So I think we can sync, and we can come together, and if we can see, though our project is an ICR funded project and yours is ILRI, so I know there is a conflict of interest issues are there, so I don't want to get there, but practically we can work out together, because you are preparing the pig ready to sale, and we have prepared the app in that way that the producers is giving the information about the just now whatever you have said that you are planning to do, we have planned and we have done it actually.
Fantastic.
So the next session is on that from 4 o'clock. Thank you so
Great,
much.
ma'am.
Also,
Thank you so much.
Sakshi, I would like to, ask, in fact, the Paravet thing that we are working on, like training. If there would be a provision, like if you already have an app where you are, through content, you are trying to disseminate information, regarding simple health diseases that the pigs may go through, which can be, solved at the household level. And if needed, a Paravet can visit them, right? So under our training capacity building programs, we are trying to create certified Paravet at local level. So would there be a provision in your app where we can, link those Paravet, make their information available, so that the women or the tribals can reach out to them, and in a way, they can start earning income? Because I think, like you said, the word of mouth would immediately spread, and that would create a, spin-off model henceforth. So if if that provision can be made, where the women we train and they get certified as paravits can be put as paravits available to visit at local level onto your app, that would give our project also a meaningful outcome.
Sure, ma'am. Yeah, we have a provision to work with the stakeholders, and definitely, as you suggested, we can come up with the kind of solution that can add up the value for this trained paravet women trainers, or let's say the foot on the field women's, and they actually will be our agents. I like to be say they will be our health agent, they will be our kind of a messenger to the women tribals, because they are a little bit literate and they are keen to grow, and they are keen to serve the community. So yes, we can definitely do, provided NRCP provide the content, and we can build let's say good animations, good know-how practices, so definitely I'm fully with you, ma'am.
Do we have any more questions for the panelists, the presenters, from the audience members at home, students in the auditorium? I think Rishabh has a question.
Am I audible? My question was, so for the growth of this company, do you plan on any commercial marketing on this, or will you just go by word of mouth?
No, definitely we are not, going by mouth, but yeah, we are targeting all animal segments. So we are targeting goats, we are targeting the cattle, as Dr. Yadav point out that Vamul in Assam is working very well. So we like to connect with them, and in the pigs, definitely it's a model where as we all know, I think the whole team of Professor Maua well aware that pig is a very fast growing animal, and it give a return very quickly to the farmer, provided he take care of that animal quite well, provided the feed and all. So yes, we are looking to take it out to the market through all segments of animal categories, whether it's the cattle, whether it's the goat and sheep, whether it's the poultry or the pigs. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sharma sir. Audience members, if you have any questions for the panelists, you can write them in the chat box. We have time to answer a few questions. I mean, the questions are not only for Sandeep sir, they can be directed to Dr. Paramjeet, Dr. Hema, Dr. Nanita Roy, Dr. Mahesh Kadam as well. I think we have one more question. Yes, ma'am, it's a post-lunch session.
So hello everyone. Sir, my question is for Sandeep sir. Sir, regarding this on COVID times, what are the problems you are facing regarding this virtual veterinary clinic?
Actually, tell you frankly, COVID gave us the idea that if people can't reach out to the farmers because of the fear that they can spread the COVID virus. So what can be the solution? So we coined this virtual vet. So basically, not physically examining the animal, provided all the animated symptoms, and then to and fro communication between the vet and then farmer. If the problem is solved, that is what we are looking, and virtual vet is just the the outcome of it. So yeah, so the COVID is let's say the mother of our virtual vet, I like to say.
Thank you so much, sir. We
Thank
have
you.
one more question. Paul?
Yeah. Hello, Sandeep sir. Sir,
Yeah.
very major thing that came to my mind, considering that this is one of the markets that is not tapped yet. This is one of the markets that is not tapped yet. The whole idea is to make women the whole business plan work, right? So at the end of the day, what if a big company comes in and taps into this market? It's basically the big company then taking away the profit margins and then employing the people who we are trying to make self-sufficient. So what are your views on that?
So definitely, we started our journey through the NIAM, and we also want to be, grow and, serve the animal husbandry growers. And one point I caught it from one of panelists. He said or she said basically, if women are not coming to the field school, we take field school to their door. So that is what we are tapping on. We are taking the whole veterinary service to the farmer's door, and whether he is literate or illiterate, I think he can or she can understand very well the animations and then pictures and relate it. So yeah, means I'm not sure that big companies will come or not come, but for sure that's we like to be one of cropping in animal husbandry sector, and that's the goal. That's why we are seeking the support from the NIAM. That's why we are here to explain you about that's what is our ambitions and what's our solution. And if this solution really put an impact to let's say the pig grower, that's what actually is winnability for us. That is the what winnability for every stakeholders. Those are present here and like to communicate their know-how, their scientific practices to the farmers, so they can improve their breed, they can improve the feed offering to the animals, and overall connecting to the market. Because what I felt that market is not organized, right? If we are very much in the segment where the digitally we are monitoring the animal health, we are knowing my farmer location through the geotagging, then definitely somehow we can organize that market, and through the Amity platform we can better serve the or cater the, yeah.
So, but the thing is, sir, I understand the part where the teaching and the training is involved, but won't it make it much, won't the training and everything make it much more simpler for a big company to come in and then just employ because they are trained right now? And it would be much easier for them to make it organized, and the profit margins would shift from the women to the big players. Don't you think, sir, that again, the time is the major factor here? I understand this, but don't you think this would also initiate a point where, okay, they see a growth factor here, so the big companies would try to tap in here? So the revenue doesn't go to the women, but they're just getting the employee salaries or wages, that is.
So personally, what I felt actually revenue goes to my, paravets. Personally, I felt that revenue goes to the veterinarian and little commission comes to the Paravet India Private Limited. And when we talked about the women, I think Professor Shiv Kumar said, if the business is backyard where women's are taking care, the moment it goes to the semi-industrial or industrial, it is more towards the man side. So our focus is that targeting those women-based backyard farmers through the technology and serve them better. Those large farms anyhow going to be have their own veterinarian at the site. They have a ERP implemented at the site, so they are not much in need. But the much in need are these women, tribal women, the small backyard pig growers. So if big companies comes, we'll see. But I don't think that is going to be happen down the next 5 years.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sandeep ji, I have got a question for Hema madam actually.
Yes, ma'am.
Hema madam, for Hema madam, I hope Hema madam can hear me.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Yes, madam, I actually really could not understand how the cooperative institute operates. How do you think they contribute towards the rural development? What kind of support you give to, or what kind of addition of values you do? Can we know a little bit so that we can understand that something, if we can get a support from your organizations or support something, knowledge partner, yeah, something like that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So that's a good question, but it would require a lot of detailed explanation. We can have another round of discussion one-to-one. But the information is like this, that there are 3 tier structures, right? These cooperatives. We have a primary agriculture cooperative societies at the grassroots level. Now these are the packs, are the ones who where the villagers and the producers are members. You need not be an agri producer for that. You can be a villager for that, right? You belong to a village. You have an entitlement to lend. You are the member of the packs. Okay, so we have 93,000 packs in the country, and these packs are at the bottom of the pyramid at the village level. Now, these are credit societies. So when you become a member of these credit societies, you would be able to get the credits from the district cooperative bank. That's the second layer. So number one, people in the village should become member of the.
In between, I just want to say these things we read in our book. We know PSCS, CCB, SCBs are operating. But truly speaking, that same literature says in the operation of the cooperatives are terribly something very depressing. They actually when in Northeast, when we know the SHGs are working very well, why we cannot see the cooperatives entering and giving a successful outcome? What particular gap do we have, so that we can cover it in our project work, or we can put it in the solutions, or what kind of actually performance gap we have? We know this 3-tier system, we understand, but actually on field we have found no credit they are taking from any organizations, nothing. So why implementations mein itna gap kyun?
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Packs have their own problem, right? In spite of being a big number out there, right? Their efficiency becomes a big kind of a issue nationwide as to why the packs are not efficient. Having said that, if you have these one are credit societies, one are primary agriculture cooperative societies, where you can have the cooperative societies of a fisheries cooperative society. Now, the whole fisheries, the value chain works in the cooperatives in the state of Tamil Nadu. Okay, so the whole dairy functions in the cooperatives in the state of Gujarat and Maharashtra, right? These are two produce that I'm talking where success is there, right? Now, third comes now this kind of livestock. Okay, now in livestock, we have not been able to aggregate the people in the form of the cooperatives. I have yet to hear of a cooperative which is working with ducks and goats, etc. You still have the SHGs as a model where you have a kind of a lending and a credit being given by NABARD to the self-help groups, right? And the self-help groups can have kind of a sharing of the savings that we have. So what I'm trying to say is that one way of collectivizing. So I was only giving you a model of collectivization wherein you have two options, wherein you can become a FPO by way of a Companies Act, or you can become a member of a cooperative society. 50 people get together and they become cooperative society. Now, what happens in the cooperative society is that you can aggregate your produce. You can get this kind of veterinary services at a very low cost because you are a co-op there. All right. And then you can get the trainings and you can become a kind of aggregated people, not as individual people. So you can have access to credit, access to training and technology if you are a cooperative.
So, madam, what is the difference in the FPO structure and the cooperative structure? Operation is almost the same. The outcome is same. Then what is the difference between the two?
No, the compliances are different. Yeah, the compliances are different in the FPO. Yeah, you are complying to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And this is a society at a district level, at a state level. Compliances are different. And then let me just bring it to a point in this forum, right? So the cooperatives have an identity. There's a cooperative identity, kind of a value system out there, not so much of a business proposition there, right? The FPOs are all in all out are like a companies working on profitability. Cooperatives will rarely speak about profitability because gaining profitability is not the idea at the cooperative. So they are like sustainable kind of organizations. So that's the difference. So I would still say, having a co-op at the village level will be helpful in some way. And there's a lot of new schemes coming in. Just wait for the new announcements.
Oh, thank you so much. We are waiting. I'm looking forward, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and all the other panelists. This was really a fruitful discussion. We thank you all for participating in this. Moving forward, I now request Dr. Sujata Pandey, the head of Amity Innovation Design Center of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Mr. Saket Kumar, Head Innovation and IPR, IIC and AIDC, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to give us a hands-on experience training for app designing. Ma'am, we welcome you.
Good afternoon, all. I hope you can hear me. Sakit will be joining in a while because he is finishing his class, and after that he will be teaching you how to make an app. But yes, app designing is very important nowadays, and it has come as a basic part in our life because most of the things that everybody is having a mobile phone nowadays, and we are using apps in some way and the other way. So it's very much important that the basic concepts of designing an app is clear to the students as well as any other user who is using it. At least the understanding should be there. Along with app designing, website designing has also come up, and the use of technology in all aspects of our life. It is very much important. Definitely, if we are using technology in doing the things, then we are able to do the things in a better way, as well as keeping in view of venture creation and other aspects of entrepreneurship, which we are teaching to our students in Amity University campus. So there are few skills which are required by almost every student to enhance their prospects of getting selected in some companies as well as starting their own venture. So you must I think Amity students are already aware of, but others, if they are in this gathering, I must tell you that we have Amity Innovation and Design Center, which has been established, and we look into the design requirements for our students. Whoever has the idea in their mind, they can come to us and discuss their idea, and we help them realize their idea into a product. The other thing is that we have started many skill development programs. So not directly related to Skill Development Council, National Skill Development Council, but yes, we are training students and helping them, giving some hands-on experience in some of the uh, technologies that are most helpful if they want to put their hands in deep tech startups. Like for example, we have one product design and entrepreneurship, innovation product design and entrepreneurship stream, where the students, so we have around 500 to 800 students in our these courses, and we teach them right from 3D printing to hardware development. Okay, and then some very new things that have come up like digital marketing, UX UI designing. Okay, then skilling them in design thinking process, which is very much important in growth of any industry, which is desired nowadays. So we also help the students understand about the basic concepts of product design and how an innovative product can be designed, and then it can be taken up to the customer or to the market. Okay, so that your whatever you design or whatever you prepare is being liked by your customer. So these are the activities, but along with that, I tell you that ministry has taken the education ministry, they have taken a lot of initiatives in creating entrepreneurial mindset in the students. So one of their initiative is constitution of in institution innovation council in almost all the universities and colleges, both technical and non-technical in this country. So presently, we are having around 2,700 institution innovation council. Amity University also has established, institution innovation council, and the main purpose of this innovation council is to create a culture of innovation which will lead to entrepreneurship. Okay, so for that, the ministry has prescribed few activities which we do regularly, right from idea generation. Because see, the basic step of entrepreneurship and venture creation is that you should have an idea, and how well we are nurturing that idea so that some time, because what happens is that when you are students, you have a lot of idea in your mind. Even when you will pass out from this university, at certain stage, maybe you are working or doing something else, so many kind of ideas come in your mind, and it happens that you think that if I was, able to realize my idea when I was a student, my venture would have been, reached a certain level. So all the examples, you see a lot of examples. So there is no age limit when you can start your venture or your startup. You can start it at any time, but the important thing is the mindset that you need to build. And the additional things, the skills, everything, it will come along with. But the most important fact is that you should have a mindset, and your mindset towards innovation, towards creativity, towards something new, which will help you in taking you along. So my colleague, Mr. Saket, is already here. So Saket will be taking you towards creation of mobile apps, how they are being created. So Saket, over to you.
Mr. Saket, we welcome you. And we
Thank
hope
you,
to
Thank
see
you,
you.
sir. Thank you so much.
Sujata ma'am, thank you so much. I know you have got a very busy schedule. Her meeting was going on, and since she is the head of the MIT Innovation Design Center, constantly she is occupied, but she never says no to any such kind of initiatives. What the way we are doing that, where there is a development of student, there is something for student. Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am, for your time.
Thank you, Mahua ma'am. It's a very good event that you are doing. So I wish you all the success.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Sujata ma'am. And Saket, sir, we welcome you, and we hope to have a fruitful session with you, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you, sir. So it's a workshop regarding the Android application, and today Android application is very famous. So I think you all know that everything is running on Android application, whatever we are doing
Okay,
right
sir,
now.
may I just in between, I want to intervene because the students have got their laptop with them. Do they need to use it? Will you teach them hands-on, something like that?
Ma'am,
I know app designing is a very big thing, but will you give the basic thing that they will be able to try
yes,
on
yes. First, ma'am, we will discuss about the layout of the. First, we will discuss about the layout of the Android application, how to make the layout. And after making the layout, we will go to the Android Studio, because Android Studio depend upon the programming, and I don't think that the economics student knows the programming skill. So we will go to the designing process, and then we will go to the hands-on process through a tool. And using that tool, we doesn't need to write any line of code, and they can make the Android application, right? So first we will go to the designing process, how to design an application and which type of features we need to give in the application, right? So ma'am, the document which you provide to us about the application, right? So we will just take a layout of that application. According to that, we will design the application in the Figma. So everybody's, if you have the laptop, you can open Figma. I'm sharing my screen right now. So you can see the name of the website. It's open source. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the software, and this is a open source tool that is named as Figma. So you can just open this website, figma.com, and you can log in with Gmail account, right? Just open figma.com and you will see this particular page. So before going to the Android application, we will just make a layout, and we will make an interesting GUI in Figma. And then after that GUI, we will go to the Android application development. So just log in Figma, and then we will start. Figma.com, Figma, Figma.com. Okay. So first, let's introduce about the Figma. I hope everybody's open Figma and log in with the Gmail account. So we have this layout right now, and you can see we have different samples. I was just teaching right now the Figma software to the UI UX student. So we have different layouts here. First, I will open the pre-designed layout so that you may understand the controls and other things in the Figma. So just opening an example. How to design a layout in Figma, right? So you can see these small little things. These are the layouts. These are the layouts of the page. If I'm just zooming it, you can see the Android application. You can see the Android application window, right? Here you can see a screen. Here we have a picture, then a logo, and then a text, and then controls, right? So first, whatever you want to design in the Android application, you need to clear about that which type of application you are making and what type of content you are adding in the application and what type of logos and image you will use. The logo and image should not be used by the Google, right? Because it's copyrighted content, so you need to make your own images to make a application. So you are from economics field, so if you want to make any application related to the calculation or anything which is related to your field, you can just create this type of window and you can make simple 3 or 4 pages app, right? So this is your home page. If you can see, this is your home page. So you can just put your home page like this, where you will get two controls, login and register. Let me tell you guys, this is just a layout. It's not an application. You cannot go to the other page through this particular page. That is called as prototyping. So you can make the prototype here, right? So now you can see we have two controls, login and register, right? When the user will click on login, then you need to think that which page will appear when the user will log in, right? So first make the layout of your login page. Okay, so this is the login page. You can see if your user has existing username password, then he will go to the login page. So here we have the login page right now. Now in the login page, you know very well that we have two fields, username and password. So we just make username and password and the button, login button, simple login button. Okay, so we have this particular window for the login. Now let's come to the home page. If the user is new, then he will register himself, right? And he will create a username and password. Clear? So he will just click on register and he will go to the registration page. So these are the static page which has not the navigation tab or navigation control. It's just an image. Okay, just for the reference to the developer who is developing the Android application, that this type of features we need on the application. So you can create your own layout and you can hand over to the developer and developer will create this particular layout according to your layout. So this is the register page where we have email ID and password. You can also add the fields, right? Different fields here. You can also add here different fields like email ID, password, right? And then mobile number, then address, contact address, everything. Then after login, the user will go to your home page, right? And this is your home page. You can see the scrolling part is there. So this is your home page, the complete home page after login. When the user will log in, then he or she can access these type of content which you will add here, right? And then in the slider window, this is the slider window. This is the meaning of slider window. When you will slide the image, then you will get these images in the layout. It means in the home page, you will get these type of images. and these type of contents. So you are making your own application and you don't know the coding, there will be no any issue. Just make your own layout and hand over to the concerned online tools, right? It will just create an Android application for you. So this is the first home page, and then this is the second. When user will click on any image, like I am clicking on this image, then this image will look like this. If I will click on search button, here you can see in the footer of the page, we have the search button. So when I will click on search button, then you can see the search page will look like this, right? And when I will just put a keyword in the search box, then it will look like this. Okay, it should be look like this. And this is the flow of search tab, which you are just adding here in the home page, right? Here you are adding a search button. So it is the meaning of search button, which you are just doing here. Now, this is a predefined and developed application. How to start a raw application in the Figma. So just go to the back to files. You will get a home screen, dashboard, and you can click on new design file. Okay, just click on new design file if you already log in. Yeah. Now, this is the dashboard, right? This is the page where you will create your application, right? So if we see the application here, then we have language, registration type, location address. So first we need to give an feature for the user to select language, right? So the welcome page of our app will provide a feature which will be give a language. So first step is to take a frame. Just take a frame. So when you will click on frame, it will show you the complete menu in the right hand side, iPhone 13, iPhone 11, for which phone you want to make an application. Android large phone or small phone. So I will just check the small one, right? And when I will check the small one, then I will get this layout. Okay. And the name of this app, first you will decide the name of the app. So in the frame, inside the frame, you can make another frame also. See. Inside the frame, you can make another frame. So you can take multiple frames here in the frame, right? Now, this is your canvas. So you can draw anything in this application, right? So first, we will see the name of the application. So the application name, mobile app for proactive and producers, pig farmers, right? This is the name which we are taking here. So I will just add the name here. Click on the text and you can take the name, right? It will appear like this. You can set the font size, you can set the position of the text also, right? Here you have the options to set font size. So little bit smaller. 24 is better, I think. And it should be simple because this app is for a simple person, right? The layman. So we need to keep it simple. So first, this is the title of our application, right? We will add an image here. we can add an image in the background of this text. So for the image, you can just take an rectangle and just put it here, right? And for the layers, you can see the rectangle, and for the layers, you can move the layers here. Then your text will be appeared. And then if you want to take an image in the background of this text, right? Then you can just click on this and you can take a place image so that you can take the image from your directory. It will open up. So you can just take an image. I'm taking the image of this. It symbolizes innovation, right? And just move your text from here if it is not visible, or if you want to keep it like this, then there will be no any issue. Okay. Now, the important part, in your layout, first you need to give language preferences to the user, which language he or she want to use, right? So first you will give a language tab in the splash screen. This is called as splash screen because this is not a home page. Home page is the page where you will just define the content of your application. But the splash screen is called where you enter in the application, the first screen which appear in the application. So if you want to give a drop down menu, then you can write here, choose the language. First you will write here, choose your language, right? And then just make a drop down. You can make a drop down like this, a rectangle box where you will write a text. Select language, and because this is a smaller box, so you will just decrease the font size of this box like this. You can choose this also, and this is a drop down menu, so you can make a polygon and this triangle will be rotated like this in the drop down because this is a drop down menu, right? When the user will click on this, change the color of this box. Now, this particular thing represent language, right? Now, developer want to know that which type of language you want to define here, right? So when you will hand over this particular application to the developer, then he or she can easily understand that which type of language, what is the content of your app you need. So you need to just write here the text like this. Okay, and then add different languages here. Like I'm adding Hindi first, then English, then Marathi, then Kannada, right? Then Bengali, okay, Gujarati, and then Rajasthani. Rajasthani is not the language. Okay, leave it. So this particular things is languages of your app. Okay. After selecting the language, when you will click on drop down, then it will show you these languages. So after creating these languages, you need to make a button which will navigate the user to the next page. Now we have different options for the buttons, right? First, you just give this particular text to select next, right? To select next and changing the background of the sorry. Background of the button, right? Okay. So now this is the button. When user will click on next, then where he will go. Okay. This is the first frame which we get, right? The complete frame. Or if you want to add some logo of your company or want to write the copyright of your app, then you can write here in the footer of the page, right? Like I'm writing C or I'm writing here registered application, right? Or you can write copyrighted by whatever you want. If I'm writing MET, copyrighted by MET, just a smaller, it will be the smaller size. So just decrease the font size of this text, right? And take the smaller box and navigate it to the right or central, whatever you want. But it will be in the center. Now, through this line, this particular application is copyrighted by Amity. Nobody can copy this particular layout which you are making right now. Okay. So this is the first page of your Android application, and where you are just giving a facility to choose language to the user. Whenever he will just click on drop down, then he will get this list and he can choose the language, right? When he will click on next, then he will go to the next page. So your first frame is complete. So I hope everybody is clear and you already made the first frame with me. Then we need to go to the next frame. So just click on the frame and take the smaller frame and you will go to the next frame, right? Next frame will be after first frame. This is the first frame and then this will be the next frame. In the next frame, we need to choose the login for the user, right? User will log in or register. So remember that page. Here first, we will just add the text, right? And in the text, we will write here login/register and increase the font size of the text. You can also write here if the font size is not existed. Then you can write here and you can just navigate this particular window.
Sir?
Yeah. Any
Excuse me,
question?
sir?
Yeah.
So I think we have a question from Mahua, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, there are some issues which our students are actually writing it on the chat box also. So if you can take their question, number one, our first question, which is physically present in with us, Paul wants to ask something.
Sir, you mentioned about the login. Sir, considering a new login would always take up space, right? A new login would always take up a amount of storage which would be stored in the database, and storage doesn't come free, sir. So, may I know that the storage, how much, and plus you're making a website which would incur some cost as well. So, sir, could you please elaborate on the cost per login, the storage required for that? And also per monthly cost or yearly cost on the websites as well.
Okay. So, guys, see, the per login cost, there is no any per login cost, right? If you want to launch your company, right? If you want to make your website and application, then you need to purchase a hosting. That is called as hosting with a space. So there are two types of hosting there in the market. The first is dedicated hosting, and the second is uh, shared hosting, right? Dedicated hosting means you will get a space of particular GB which you want, right? If you know that your user will be 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs user you will have, right? Or you are targeting a 10 lakhs user on your application. So you will it take only few KB to store that information, because the username and password is a very little information which which you stored in the database, right? So in a small, it means if we talk 1 GB, then you can store lakhs of username and password in 1 GB, lakhs or 100 lakhs username and password in 1 GB, right? So username password does not take so much space. The space is taken by your content which you are adding and which you are providing to the user on their login page. So let's come on the space which we get in the hosting. So dedicated space, if you are targeting 10 lakhs or 50 lakhs user like IRCTC, you all know about the IRCTC, right? IRCTC is a very busy website, and in every second, thousands of users just click on the IRCTC to log in it, right? So that type of website need dedicated hosting of 100 GB or 1000 GB or 2 TB, right? So while purchasing the hosting, you need to take care that which type of hosting you are getting. So this is a dedicated hosting. Now the second one is shared hosting, which we preferred normally because as a startup we need to invest lesser amount, so we need a smaller space in the internet domain, so we need a shared hosting. And I know uh, in particular minute, in a per minute we will get only 3 or 4 login, right? Then there will no need to use dedicated hosting there. So if you purchase shared hosting, then it means 100 GB space is provided to the different users, different companies, right? And because I know that the per minute login is very less for my company, right? So it doesn't need so many spaces in the hosting. So we go for the shared hosting. So for the shared hosting, the charge is 11,000, or it's depend. The initial plan, there are different companies like GoDaddy. If you heard about the GoDaddy, so there is a plan of hosting for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year. So whenever you will purchase that hosting, then you will get space on the server. That space will not the dedicated space. That will be the shared space. And shared space means so many 10 or 15 companies are using the same space, right? So whenever a user hit to your website, then he will get the response from the server. Might be possible he will get the delayed response 2 or 3 seconds, but he will get the response according to the traffic which is coming to the internet. Now, if you will purchase shared hosting in the startup, then you need to spend 8,000 to 11,000 rupees. Actually, first year plan is little bit. They give discount also on the first year, and the second year and third year they will charge 11,000. So from 8,000 it's started. But if you need dedicated hosting of 100 GB space, then you need to pay 2 to 2.75 lakhs to the company. And similarly for the application, Android application also.
So, sir, considering that it's for the farmers and the large number of farmers in this, so are you suggesting that it would always be better to go for a dedicated hosting platform?
Pardon, can you repeat your question?
So my question is, considering it's farmer based website, or the product is farmer based,
Mhm.
considering the large numbers, it would always be dedicated hosting, right? Because even in the initial stages, let's say it works perfectly, and by word of mouth and all the marketing we do, it goes to, let's say, all the 3 states, and it works well. Then even at the initial stage, you are incurring a very high cost, even if it's a dedicated hosting, right?
No, it doesn't need dedicated space for this application. See, this application is a mobile application, right? It's not web-based application. So user need to install the application in the mobile. So once he will get the application in the mobile, he will get all the contents which you are providing, right?
Right, sir.
So what space you need in the server? You need the space to store username and password only, or you are providing information to the user. It means if any particular buyer or any particular seller is registering on your website, so you need to store the data of that particular seller or that particular buyer, right? So to store that data, you need space in the server. And you know, if 10 lakhs user is registering on your application and saving data to the server, then according to, if you are planning to give space to the per user, 100 KB space to the per user, then you can evaluate that 10 lakhs user, how many space need to 10 lakhs user if one user is taking 100 KB space, right? Because you are not uploading any photos, you are just taking the detail of the farmers. And if you are uploading any image, then it needs little bit more data. So you need to store that image in the compressed format so that it takes lesser space. So if you are deciding that 100 KB space need one user, then according to it, you can decide your space.
Right, sir. And okay,
And one more thing to take care in the while deciding this space, not 10 lakhs user are logging and on the same time in the application, right? Per minute you will get only 3 or 4 hits,
right, sir. So
right? So you need to decide the space according to per minute login.
okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any more question? If you want to discuss, then there will be no any issue.
Yes, sir. We have 2 questions
Yeah.
from Mohammed Hashmi. First of all, he is asking, can we add more subframe? And secondly, he asks, can we add hosting from second party?
If you want to host your website, right, first you need to start your startup. The first thing is to start your startup. So there is a different zone actually. If you want to start your startup in a particular region, like in a particular village, you want to start your startup, and I don't think that there is need to launch the hosting and the website, right? Because the you are just concentrating on a village. So through the mouth publicity, everybody will get the information. Okay, this type of services are there, so we can take the profit from these type of services. Now, if you want to launch this particular website or to the in the city, then you need this website, right? So in the villages, you doesn't need this, and you can start your startup there. I think the answer is correct for your question, or question is different.
Yes, sir. It's fine, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay. So this is the first page, guys. And according to the first page, you can design the second page also. So the second page is very simple. You need to just design the two boxes to give the facility to log in the user. So you need to take a rectangle there, first rectangle, which will store your username, and the second rectangle, which will give your password. Right? Okay. Now you can just write here the username so that user can understand that this box is for username. Right? You can write this username inside the box also. Okay, just copy and paste the content. You can copy and paste and just write here password. Okay, now the button should be same. This button should be same in the complete app, right? Because you cannot change the color of the button because it's not look good. So you need to just copy and paste this button. Okay, here we will just write here login. This will be your login page. Now, if the user is new, then you need to give the facility to the user to register his user ID. So you need to just write here. Don't have account. Register here. Right? Don't have an account. Register here. So whenever he will click on register here, he will go to the next page. That will be the registration page. Right? And this is the second page of your application. Whenever the user will click the username and password and click on login, then he will go to the login. Otherwise, he will go to the next page for the registration. Now, you want information from the user, right? So you can see which type of information you can take. So registration process, we are going to the registration process now. So just take the another frame, click on the frame and take another frame from here, analog small, right? This particular frame will be there after the second frame, right? Order should be there. First, second, first is completed, the second one is completed, now third one. This one, right? Here you will just write register. Register here. And who has registration, ma'am? The font should be same for both the text. Okay. So for the registration, which type of information you want, you can just put here. You can make first the First, you need to enter the email address. Then you need to choose a username. Then you need to choose a password. Then user will enter the address so that we can display the address of the user and then phone number. Okay, spacing should be same for the boxes. So you need to just select and yeah, you can choose from here. It will adjust the vertical space of the between the boxes, and you can just take the login button from here, copy and paste. Here you will write register. Register. Okay, now you can write here the text. क्या करूं व्हाट्सएप करूं मेल करें भेज रहा मैं भेज है मैम 1 आवर का है so username, password, then you can write here email address, email ID, then sorry, then here you will write mobile number, right, and then the last address. These informations are important for us in the respect of this farmer, right? And see, the layout is very simple, the white background or something. You can add different images here to make it attractive, right? It's depend upon your creativity that which image or what type of images you are using here, which show these graphical user interface more attractive for the farmers, right? So this is the second one, the second page. Okay, now after this page, when the user will click on the register yourself, right, he will get a pop-up, right, that you are registered user. Just go to the login, and after getting message, he will go to the login page, right? Or after registering, the user directly go to the login page. This is the second provision. When user will log in, then he will go to the home page, right? So first page, second page, and third page. Now you can see in 1 hour you can create your third page here, right? And not in 1 hour, in 45 minutes, you created the 3 pages of your application. Just a layout of the application. Now, after this layout, we go to the development process, right? So first complete all the layouts which you want to enter as a feature in the application, right? So I hope you get the concept. Or any question here? Any question from anyone?
If anybody has any questions, they can ask sir right now.
Okay.
I don't think it was a
Okay. So we will go for the prototyping right now. Okay. After this, we will make another page, that is the home page, and that will be the last page of this application, so that you will get the navigation of this application also. So I will go to the frame and I will select a small frame again. That is the frame 4. And the frame 4 will be the bottom. Okay, so this is frame 4. This will be your home page. Okay, so right now I don't have any images for this particular. Let's see the Word file if there is any image in the Word file. Okay, there is no any image in the Word file. So I'm just adding the images from my directory so that you will get an idea. Same type of images, same size. Okay, we have same size of images right now. Okay, I'm just deleting this. I don't need the bigger size image. So I will make a rectangle, small rectangle here. Then another. Then the third one. And I will maintain the spacing between these. Now, in between these rectangles, we can add images. Okay, so the 3 boxes you can place anywhere, right? You can also write here the text so that you will little bit convinced that he already logged in. Welcome to proactive, productive farmers. Right? This is a small text which I added here. And now the images of the pigs or the user or the registered seller which you want to show, because this is an e-commerce application, so you can show lots of things here, right? So suppose this is the list of seller, so I will just select it here. And I will add the text, list of sellers. Right, this is the list of sellers. I'm considering that this is the list of sellers. Similarly, I will get the list of buyers also. list of buyers. So on any particular window I will click, then I will navigate to the next window, right? So this is a simple layout, guys, for the Android application. Now let's see the navigation. So I need to click on prototype. If you are logged in Figma and you already made these controls and these things in your Figma, then click on prototype. Then click on the first one, the first text, and click on prototype. The first text, after choosing this particular language, right? The user will get this language and it will click to next. And while next, click on next, he will go to on tap. It means when we will tap here, then we will go to the next frame. Navigate to. Where we need to navigate? When we will click on next, we will go to the second window. Right? It means the login page. When we will click on this, then again click on add and click on none. Then click here, navigate to, and then click here the frame 4. It means if there is a user, we will just click on login, then he will go to the next page, right? And then on this tab, on this text, when the user will click register here, then click on none, then select navigate to, and then go to 3, right? So all the connections are there right now. All the connections, you can see the connections, which is here. When we select this particular picture, then we can navigate to the next window. So all the connections are there. Now, when we will click on flow 1, you can see the flow 1. Just from this button, you can execute the program and you can go to the application. And now this is your window of your mobile, if it is visible to you. Is it visible, guys? Here we have the languages option. It means as a developer, if I am seeing this particular layout, then it is clear to me that which type of application you need. So as a developer, I know we need to give a drop down where user will select different languages, right? Then when I will click on next, then you can see through next, I go to the login window and here I can enter the username and password. Username and password, right? And when I will click on login, then it will go to the home page. It will go to the home page. And if I'm not clicking on login, I'm clicking on this particular register here, then I will go to the registration page, right? And if I go to the registration page, then I will click on register. Okay, let me add the link of this particular. Just wait. This toolbar. So this particular prototyping has been left. So I'm linking this register button also with the login page. So I'm just clicking here and navigate to second one, right? This particular page. And then I'm again executing this. Yeah. Now, if I will click on next, then user will go to the login page. And if I don't have any login ID or password register here, then I will click on this register here tab. Then it will demand the different data from my side, and then when I will click on register, I will again go to the login page. So username and password, I can log in to the home page. And this is your application. Anything more you want to ask? In 1 hour, I can just cover these things only. Mova ma'am.
Wow, sir. मैं तो अभी now I'm just asking how this in drop down everything is coming. They said that.
Ma'am, that is the different tools for this. Let me show you the tool. See, this is a website that is called as bubble.io. Here all the contents are there: text box, buttons, icon, link, images, shape, alert, video, everything is here, right?
These are
So
all
you
free.
can see drop down is also here.
That means you have to buy or it's free.
No, no, ma'am, it's free. No, ma'am, it's free. Actually, right now I'm covering the free content because if any student want to work on this, then he or she doesn't need to pay in the starting. So it's completely free. So you can see, ma'am, this is a drop down, and I can just write here the choices, right? Like if I'm writing here Hindi, English, Marathi, Gujarati, in the enter tab, then we can create this drop down. When I will execute it, then it will show me the drop down. Right? So we have all the tools, ma'am, for this purpose, right? The first one which I was discussing is the designing tool. And this is only for the designing of application. Like if you are giving me any job work for the application, so you can design your own application in this particular website, and you can hand over to me the design, and then according to that design I will develop the application. This is the first way to developing the application through the user or by the developer. And if you want to develop yourself the particular website, particular application, then you need to log in bubble.io. When you will log in this website, then you can make your own application. You doesn't need to add any developer in your application.
Thank you so much, sir. Within such
There
a
are two
short
approaches.
time, with a fully charged and lot of practical knowledge, I don't think anything would have been better than this. And because we have students from ECEL and Innovation Institute of Innovation Center, President is already ready to actually give a vote of thanks to all of our esteemed panelist members. And so thank you so much, Sakit sir. I know you just came back from the class, and
Yes, ma'am.
as a true Amitian, you did not say no to our students and to the children who actually wants to aspire for entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance. Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
it's to Anshruta for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. This was truly a wonderful experience. I'm pretty sure that the precious knowledge and feedback you all shared will definitely benefit us all. Now, for the final and to conclude the event, I would now like to invite Anshruta to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ashish. Amity University is a research-driven university where we get scope to explore diverse areas from agriculture to social sciences to science and technology and much more across different dimensions. Its focus on path-breaking research and innovations in a plethora of fields, a globally benchmarked infrastructure, and innovative teaching have resulted in more than 300 projects being funded by the government, non-government, and global funding agencies with a focus on the useful outcome in the form of technology, product, and process development, which generate intellectual property and securing them, as well as publications in high-impact journals of repute globally. With this, I would like to take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank Amity University, our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for their blessings and their mission of nation building through education and beyond. They believe that through these mediums, faculties, scientists, and our brilliant students can explore and expand their frontiers of knowledge and create centers of thought leadership. I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am Dr. Balvinder Shukla, for her guidance and support to conduct this workshop in helping us gain insights on how economic interpretations and policy frameworks are undertaken. Furthermore, I would like to thank Major General J.P. Singh for his support in logistics, Dr. J.S. Sodhi, Puneet Sir, and his team for their IT support, which helped the smooth functioning of the program. I thank Ms. Sagina Huda, Assistant Registrar, Amity Academic Staff College, Mr. Chinmay, Additional Deputy Finance Officer, the University Review Committee members, the Annual Review Committee members, the Joint Administrator of Amity School of Economics, Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar, and all faculty members for their persistent encouragement and unwavering support. Now, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Dr. J.P. Sharma for enlightening us with his words. I thank Sri Daya Shankarji, as even though due to his busy schedule, he was not present with us today, but he has sent us his blessings. I thank Dr. Shiv Kumar for their valuable suggestions and way forward. I extend my appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Paramjeet and Dr. Anindita Roy Saha for their policy suggestions, Dr. Hema Yadav for her guidance on framing policy for capacity building, and Dr. Mahesh Kadam and Mr. Sandeep Sharma for their suggestions on entrepreneurial and innovation models. Thank you for your valuable suggestions and critical comments that showed us the way forward. I give my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sujata Pandey and Mr. Saket Kumar for the provision of hands-on training for app designing. I thank the co-PIs of this project, Dr. G. Kadrivel, Dr. N.H. Mohan, Dr. Misha Madhavan, and Dr. Mehek Singh. I also extend my gratitude to Ms. Lianshi Chaudhary for noting the minutes of the meeting. Furthermore, I would like to thank Mr. Ashish Michael Chauhan, Ms. Arya Roy, and Mr. Rishabh Kumar Jha for their assistance in organizing this workshop and making it a success. Finally, I'd like to thank the students and audience members for their engagement throughout that made this event a successful one. Thank you. I would also like to give an announcement for the students regarding certificates of participation. Kindly fill in the feedback form whose link has already been provided in the chat box to get your certificates of participation. Thank you all.